Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Summer 2026 Student Innovation Project Showcase at the University of Advancing Technology. I'm Professor Valenzuela, and I, along with Professor Sharon Bowman, are excited to present 31 students who will be showing their projects this morning. To everyone joining us virtually via Zoom, welcome to the parents, extended family members, tech community, and friends. For those of you unfamiliar with the Student Innovation Project, what we refer to as SIP, students are tasked with identifying a problem, a gap in the marketplace, an unfulfilled niche, an ineffective process, or an insufficient tool in order to ideate a solution that is better, faster, less expensive, or completely disrupts a segment of an industry. This is an arduous process that is not easy, but the students don't do it alone. They have the help of their subject matter experts. These are the full-time professors within their respective degree programs, who we refer to as SME. The students pitch their ideas to their SMEs in a series of rounds. Upon approval, the student proceeds to research, document, and execute a minimal viable prototype, which is what you'll see today. But before we get started, I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone who has made this event possible, to our executive leadership, to our provost, Dr. Bowman, Chancellor Cimarosa, our UAT President, Carla Aragon Joyce, our Dean of Faculty, our Gen Ed Regent, Professor Bellinger, our IT department, marketing team, UAT staff members, and our cafe for providing the yummy refreshments and hors d'oeuvres that we'll enjoy during lunch. And also a big thank you to Professor Derek Clark, who's helping to administer the virtual component of Zoom, of the SIP Showcase through Zoom. So thank you again, Derek. Now, for those students that are presenting today, I'd like to go over a few logistics. Please make sure that your cell phones are on silent and to refrain from stepping out of the theater while the student is still standing and presenting. Please wait until they have sat. As you can imagine, they might be a little nervous, and we want to make sure that we reduce any distractions and keep them focused. I'd also like to invite everyone to join us this Friday at 10 a.m. here in the theater and live via Teams for our semester award ceremony, where we'll announce our SIP winners. This includes the best SIP pitch, most market ready, most creative, and people's choice. Throughout today, you'll have the opportunity to vote for your favorite through people's choice. We'll showcase a QR code throughout the event where you'll be able to scan the QR code and be able to vote for your favorite presentation. But I'd like to ask that you refrain from voting until you've seen all of the presentations. We do have a full agenda from 10:30 to 4:30 p.m. I'd also like to express my big thank yous to our subject matter experts who have been alongside the students since the very beginning and helping them articulate their ideas and make sure that they build a solid MVP for your viewership today. So the agenda showcases all of the different cohorts that represent the various degree programs at the university. And again, while we show the Socrative QR code, you'll be able to see all the different presentations and then vote for your favorite. The announcements of the winners will be happening this Friday at 10 a.m. live in the theater and virtually via Teams. So without further ado, I'd like to present the first cohort, which is our robotics and embedded systems, robotics engineering, and digital maker fabrication. First up, we have Levi Terry with ultrasonic alarm clock.
Would you believe me if I told you I was listening to something right now? I'm not wearing headphones or using bone conduction, so how am I hearing it? And how could we use that technology in something most people use every day? Well, you're about to find out. I first discovered this technology online through videos from Linus Tech Tips and Code Parade, along with a project on Hackster. But after living with a roommate whose morning schedule was completely different from mine, I realized it could solve a much broader problem. How do you wake one person without waking everyone else? Alarm clocks have been around in some form since ancient Greece, but the basic idea really hasn't changed much. When an alarm goes off, everyone nearby hears it. That's a problem anytime two people share a sleeping space but have different schedules. Maybe they're roommates, maybe they're a married couple, maybe one person works an early shift while the other gets to sleep in. One person needs to wake up, but the alarm wakes them both up. That's the problem I've wanted to solve. Hi, my name is Levi Terry. I'm a robotics and digital maker and fabrication student, and my SIP project is ultrasonic alarm clock. The idea is pretty simple. Create an alarm that can be directed toward the person who needs to wake up without disturbing the person sleeping next to them. This project works using ultrasonic speakers. I know what you might be thinking, but Levi, humans can only hear frequencies from about 20 Hz to 20 kHz. Ultrasonic frequencies are way too high. And you're right, but there is a little more to it than that. Directional ultrasonic speakers are already used in places like museums, where an exhibit can provide audio to someone standing in one area without filling the entire room with sound. So how does that work? Think about light. A light bulb spreads light in all directions, while a laser focuses it in one direction. Sound can work similarly. The problem is that the frequencies required to make sound that's directional are too high for us to hear. So we need to modulate audible sound with an ultrasonic carrier wave. This is commonly done using amplitude modulation, which is the same basic principle used in AM radio. At these frequencies, we also get an interesting phenomenon where the air itself acts as a nonlinear medium and helps demodulate that sound back into the audible range after it hits another surface. That gives us directional sound that a person can actually hear. Of course, knowing how something is supposed to work and actually getting it to work are two very different things. This project definitely wasn't immune to failure. There are a few particularly important ones. Imagine this first one hits home for some people. When I first got this project approved, I did some work, ordered some parts, and then basically sat on it for 6 months or 2 semesters. That eventually resulted in a bit of a mad dash to get everything finished enough to present today. Once the project started coming together, I tried to get it to play music. Sometimes I could actually hear it. Unfortunately, the sound was largely drowned out by extra noise or a weird high-pitched frequency that was rather annoying to listen to, so I kept troubleshooting. That brings me to probably the most memorable failure. The night before I had to present the finished project to get it approved for the showcase, I pulled an all-nighter trying to diagnose the remaining problems and get everything buttoned out. For a while, it was going pretty well. I was basically having a small party in the engineering lab, but nothing I tried was solving a few of the major problems. Around 5 in the morning, the sun came up and I took a break to watch the sunrise. That is when everything started going downhill. I made the decision to pivot to a different method of achieving directional sound. I found a design online, got everything set up, and then, in the span of about 15 minutes, I found 2 microcontrollers. That left me with about nothing to show. So I built something extremely simple just to have something ready for the presentation. And then the presentation time came. And apparently the hardware had stage fright because it decided it didn't want to perform in front of an audience. But those failures were also a huge part of this project. I started with a pretty simple problem. 2 people sharing a room shouldn't necessarily have to wake up at the same time just because one of them needs an alarm. Ultrasonic directional audio gave me a way to explore a possible solution. And along the way, I learned not only how ultrasonic sound modulation and directional speakers work, but also quite a bit about troubleshooting, changing direction when something isn't working, and maybe not waiting 6 months to finish a project. Finally, I'd like to thank my friends and family for encouraging me to keep going, my SMEs, Professor Valenzuela, for walking me through the SIP process, and last but certainly not least, the person who really made it possible for me to be here today. My boss, Mr. Jack Waterman, took time out of several busy days to help me troubleshoot the project and improve its reliability. Thank you.
Well done, Levi. Questions for Levi? Professor Prater?
So it's very interesting. I think it's wonderful. You're doing a conversion from ultrasonic to audio enabled sound. Do you have an idea of what the efficiency is of that? Meaning, how much energy are you putting in to produce the ultrasonic sound, and how much that energy is coming out in sound waves? Or do you have an idea of what the efficiency would be in your system?
I don't. And really, there's 2 conversions. There's having the regular sound already, and then converting it into work with ultrasonic, and then converting it back to audible again once we hit the surface. But I haven't done any calculations or seen anything that would show any sort of efficiency.
Okay.
Any questions? Professor Prater?
was a fun presentation. I liked it. It was real playful. 2 questions. Is last time I saw it, it was you're struggling with it. Did you get it to work?
Yes, works enough.
Yeah.
It doesn't so much have much music as I wanted to initially. Now it's just kind of a tone. But it is able to get something on both.
Cool. And then my next one is about form factor. So you had called this a sound laser, am I right?
Yes.
And that just brings up so much fun, energy, and imagination. And what would you do if time and money was not a factor? Along with what would you do to form factor of this?
I think I would have probably created a natural PCB. And it would have been nice to just make sure there's more reliability of the wiring. I think that was one of the main issues I had, which was mainly started with a bunch of jumper wires to various components. And so one picture I had a breadboard to an amplifier, everything very separately. Being able to have that more confined and a little bit better would have helped it a little bit earlier. It came out to this, just a single breadboard, couple timers, and knobs. You can change the frequency itself. Yeah, more compact and a nicer enclosure.
Levi, I have a question for you. Considering all of the challenges that you had to face, what did you learn about yourself throughout the process?
I think it would help for me to have more defined deadlines to actually stick with instead of going, 6 months ago when it was initially pitched and I did the initial research and all that, but there wasn't a deadline is 2 weeks ago. But it's such a large time span that it's, I can put some more time. I can do it next week. Then it just never happened.
Mhm.
So I think if I were to give myself more deadlines and actually stick to them as if they were real, that I couldn't do anything else past that point,
Mhm.
that probably would have helped get this done so much sooner. But I could have just relaxed the last 7 weeks.
Tyler?
Oh, love the presentation. Props on the video editing. I wanted to ask, because I was curious. So you say, it's like directional sound. How big is like the code of sound that it actually projects?
I haven't really been able to measure that too much. These speakers are rated for 75 degrees,
Okay.
but that's still relatively small at this scale. Then I did also end up designing this tube, which goes over the speakers, so it can provide more directionality. Then it's just another shroud to cover them more, to get as much possible. There's still a decent amount of leakage, but with more refinement and having tools to even really know where to start in terms of actually measuring that, I could give you more information.
Cool.
Any other questions?
I do.
I just want to say, congrats, well done. I've seen 100 million SIP project presentations, and some of my favorite projects are ones where I've seen a lot that I don't understand. I've seen a lot I don't know what's happening. My favorite ones are the ones where I'm just kind of like, oh my God, that's so obvious. Why hasn't anybody thought of this before? And so it's really well done. And please call me directly the second that it hits the market, because I desperately hate this in my
Dr. Smith?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you got the chance to actually test if it could physically wake somebody up.
I didn't really do any like bad testing or anything. I think it would have, especially with messing with the phenomena. I did have some time where just kind of randomly fiddling with it was enough to probably go, I probably wouldn't want to be asleep for too much longer if I was listening to this. But I imagine it definitely could.
Any other questions? All right, well done, Levi. Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have an online robotics student, Michael Garcia with Sprinkler.
When I became a parent, I quickly discovered a fear I had never experienced before. What happens if I can't get my boys to safety? What if they become trapped behind a wall as thin as air but as impenetrable as a mountain face? What if there's a fire between me and my boys? Fire sprinkler systems have remained largely unchanged for over 120 years, not because we lack better technology, but because the system around them resists change.
My name is Michael Garcia, and I am a robotics and embedded programming, as well as a digital maker and fabrication major at the University of Advancing Technology. And this is my student innovation project.
For over 120 years, fire suppression systems, especially the sprinkler heads themselves, have changed very little. Manufacturing still relies heavily on casting a raw body followed by machining and assembly. Even when automated, these processes require complex mechanical operations that are difficult to scale efficiently. The result is a system that works but hasn't meaningfully evolved with modern tools and methods. Using additive manufacturing, we can explore entirely new spaces. This allows for geometries that are either impossible or cost prohibitive with traditional manufacturing. It also opens the door to simplified production and more adaptable system designs. I began in Rhino Grasshopper, exploring generative patterning and analyzing how internal geometries affect pressure and spray distribution, both critical to fire suppression and performance. I also studied natural water distribution systems, including brain coral and rainforest canopies, to understand efficient flow and dispersion. From there, I iterated materials and activation mechanisms, eventually developing a 3D printed body with a polywax plug designed to fail at a consistent temperature and trigger reliably. As my ideas started to coalesce around a central thesis, it became clear this was not just about designing a 3D printed sprinkler. It was about challenging the structure of the industry itself. To bring any fire sprinkler product to market, companies must pass rigorous third-party testing through organizations like UL or FM Global. Each test costs upwards of $100,000 just to begin. This creates a massive barrier to entry and protects legacy systems from innovation. To create meaningful change, testing itself needs to become more open and accessible. My approach draws inspiration from decentralized validation models, similar in concept to blockchain, where verification can be distributed rather than centralized. I produced prototypes using a Formlabs Form 3 DLP printer with tough 2000 resin. Because fine threads are difficult to produce reliably with DLP or SLA, I used a hybrid approach, printing a solid body and then machining threads using a Haas 5-axis CNC lathe. Initial testing was underwhelming. The water showed minimal deflection and no meaningful spray pattern, and the rotational behavior I intended was not present. After 17 iterations and 6 major revisions, I achieved a spray pattern comparable to a standard 4.2K residential pendant sprinkler. Each iteration refined both flow behavior and manufacturability. The final design uses a compression fit interface into a PEX system, enabling straightforward and reliable installation. Lowering the barrier to entry has become the central goal of this project. I believe safety systems should move toward openness and accessibility, even if they don't immediately match legacy systems in certification or scale. This project is more than just creating a 3D printed fire sprinkler. Because I believe in a future where people can manufacture their own safety devices at home for the protection of their loved ones, their homes, and themselves.
Thank you for watching my student innovation presentation. I hope that it's inspired you to take another look at how safety systems can move forward into the future with technology.
Let's see if Michael is joining us via Zoom. Michael, are you joining us via Zoom? Just so you're aware of, many of our online students have completed the SIP project, and so it is at their availability if they're able to join us. But are there any comments for Michael? Yes, Jay.
I think that this is a very interesting presentation. It reminds me of a video I'd seen on YouTube. Manufacturing is not my specialty in programming, so I don't know a lot about manufacturing, that whole world. But it reminds me of a video I'd seen on YouTube from Smarter Every Day, a really great YouTube channel, lots of science topics, that he goes through the process of his story in manufacturing, like a grill degree, and just the process of like automating that, and what that means for like manufacturing in America. And this idea of like making manufacturing more streamlined for fire sprinklers reminds me of that. So to me, this presentation just raises more questions that I think are interested in pursuing in terms of like what does that mean in terms of making it easier to manufacture? Are you talking about like manufacturing at scale, or are you more so envisioning people with 3D printers to kind of come up with their own versions, their own designs of sprinklers, and producing those and easing the process of manufacturing in that sense? But again, like those other topics I bring up in terms of just like getting it out to market and getting those systems tested, I think that raising those questions is what makes this a very interesting presentation for me. So we're all very well done.
Thank you, Professor H. Michael, that once you watch this recording, that'll give you some things to think about. Something that I want to point out that Michael did very well was be very transparent about the failing forward mindset and just how willing he was to keep trying until he figured out the appropriate specs for the project. Dr. Hugh?
Yeah, I just was saying one of the things I really appreciate about it is the idea that it really pointed out that innovation doesn't have to be this crazy thing that nobody's thought of yet. It can be something we see every day. Fire sprinklers. They're in this room right now, right? We walk past them all the time, but we can still innovate technology, use technology to innovate on something that's that common and all around. I thought that was amazing to take that kind of approach. So,
thank you, Professor. Dr. Smith?
I would just like to ask him why the sprinkler system specifically, like what I would just like if he was just looking up one day and saw it, like maybe I can make that better. But as they pointed out, it does. When he talked about the journey that it went through of showcasing the barriers of entry of that industry and area, it does shed a lot of light on why innovation doesn't happen. Like most organizations or small companies don't have $100K to pay for an application to may or may not make it through whatever process that is. So that just spends a lot of light on why certain innovations or things don't change. So, but yes, it doesn't bring a lot of questions. But the idea of innovating such a interesting manner of it, it's great. And I like that I'm curious what his future iterations or what he would like to do with that later on is going to look like.
And I also think it's important from your perspective as well as a parent that that's what helped to conjure up this idea is he has a brand new little family, and so trying to find every which way to keep them safe. So, Professor Kareem?
So I'm gonna step into Dr. Smith's shoes a little bit here and say that there is a technique to solve this using the market. It doesn't cost a lot to obtain at least a provisional patent, less than $1,000 as an individual. And then when you get the provisional patent, if it is a device that's better than what's out there, you can shop it around and look for investors to get the 100,000. And it doesn't have to be 100,000. There are ways to do it cheaper than that, especially with people who have resources already to subcontract. So the 100,000 number isn't necessarily true. But the other thing that you have to remember is that this is a safety issue, and more importantly, this is an insurance issue. And insurance companies are not going to insure things that aren't thoroughly vetted, tested. So there is a path. If it's a better product, that there's a path. You just have to walk the path.
Thank you, Dr. Prater. Professor Ryan?
I can add a little bit of insight from Art. He was working for a company that manufactures sprinklers when he started this. And at some point he was no longer, I think when he had his kids, he quit to be the stay-at-home parent. And at that point, he switched gears and went for a different SIP. I was really disappointed. And then finally he came back to it, and I was so happy that he did.
Okay.
So yeah, he's got some experience in that field. And honestly, I think this was really cool. A great SIP project. It shows a problem that we have right now. Ideas and being able to make the objects, the products now are easier than ever. It's the next stage that's really hard, is getting it funded, getting it out to market. It's really where I see the bottleneck.
Thank you, Professor Murray. Yes, question?
Yeah, I really like the approach that he went with combining the 3D printing and using non-traditional internal like geometry that you can't naturally machine on at scale or at cost. I think that this would really go great with the upcoming metal 3D printing industry. A lot of rocketry and aerospace are adapting it and creating unique geometry that you couldn't do before. And I think that as that trickles down into a low cost area, I think ideas like this specifically will really start to take off.
Thank you very much for sharing that. All right, Michael, thank you very much for your presentation. All right, next up we have Ethan Hartman, robotics online student with survey.
Imagine walking into a work area where safety depends on accurate radiation survey records. The map is on one sheet, the readings are on another, notes are handwritten, someone has to interpret it, copy it, save it, and later prove exactly what happened. Now imagine the same process, but with one mistake, a point placed in the wrong room, a missing note, or a survey record mixed up with a blank template. In radiation safety work, documentation is not just paperwork, it's a part of the protection system. My name is Ethan Hartman, and my project is RAD Survey. RAD Survey is a mobile Android application designed to help radiation survey create, use, and preserve survey maps digitally. In plain terms, it lets a user start with a clean template, mark survey points on that map, record, readings, and notes, and save the completed work as a permanent survey record. This problem that is being addressed is one of traceability. A survey map starts as a blank template. During jobs, the template becomes a working record. After the job is complete, the finished version needs to be saved without corrupting the original map. That distinction matters because the same room, floor, or work area may be surveyed many times. If an app accidentally stores readings on the template itself, the next survey starts with an old survey data already attached. That creates confusion and weakens the record. RAD Survey separates those two ideas. The templates are clean, reusable maps. Records are completed or in progress survey jobs used. Unsaved work stays temporary until the user chooses to save it. Now, RAD Survey is built as a touch-based Android application. The user can create or upload map image. The image becomes a template. A template can be selected to start a new survey record. On the map screen, the user can place survey points, choose a type of survey point, enter readings, add notes, and prepare front and back survey pages. The app keeps all that working data separate from the original template. If the user closes the map without saving, the temporary data is discarded. If the user saves a job, the data becomes part of the permanent survey record, as shown on the screen. So here's how it works. Step 1, template creation. The stage that creates first is the map itself. The app supports uploaded map images, and it also includes a built-in canvas for creating a basic map from scratch. That canvas now supports multiple shapes such as rectangles, circles, lines, arrows, triangles, diamonds, and door openings. Step 2, survey recording. The second stage is using that template for actual survey work. A surveyor can place points on the map and record readings. Different point types are visually distinct, so the map is easier to understand at a glance. Stage 3, record separation. The third stage is making sure the saved record does not overwrite the usable template. This was an important development correction. The Maps tab should only show clean templates. The Records tab should show completed or saved survey work. And then stage 4, review and traceability. The final stage is review. The saved record can include notes, survey metadata, generated survey pages, and reviewer sign-off. That gives the user a clear chain from template to fieldwork to final record. Now, what I'm offering. The RAD survey offers a simple digital flow work for survey documentation. Create or upload reusable map templates. Start a new survey from a clean template. Place and edit survey points, record values, metadata, and notes. Save the work as a separate permanent record. Return later to the exact saved record without changing the template. This is not just a drawing tool, it is a recording tool built around the way survey work actually needs to be preserved. Even if you are not a radiation surveyor, the larger issue is familiar. We all rely on systems that must preserve the difference between a blank form and a completed record. Medical forms, inspection checklists, maintenance logs, safety reports, and audit documents all depend on the same idea. RAD survey applies that principle to radiation safety. Keep the reusable form clean, keep the completed record traceable, and make the work easier to review later. At the beginning, I asked you to imagine a safety record where one misplaced point or one old note could change the meaning of the survey. Radiation survey or RAD survey is my answer to that problem. It turns a map into a controlled workflow, it protects the blank template, it preserves the finished record, and it gives surveyors a clear way to document what people may depend on later. The challenge is simple. When the record matters, the tool should make the right thing easy. RAD survey is built around that idea. If it is not documented, it didn't happen. In safety work, that saying is more than a rule of thumb. It is a reminder that documentation is a part of the work itself. RAD survey is designed to make the documentation clear, cleaner, and easier to trust, just like the public should when it comes to radiation health and safety. Thank you for your time.
Ethan, are you joining us virtually via Zoom? Okay, comments for Ethan. Professor Prater?
Now, I know with medical devices, at least coming from government regulation, there's a method for producing software that different requirements in the life cycle generation and things like that. I would expect that we would have similar requirements when you're dealing with NRC, or most of the time it's actually state boards of health instead of the NRC. So I just was wondering, with him being in the field, are there software generation requirements that you have to follow? I think it's called software, SAMD, software as a medical device requirements, and I just would be interested to see if there are similar requirements for the nuclear industry as well.
Thank you, Dr. Prater. Professor H?
So this is way beyond my field, but I do have like some tangential experience in the National Guard. I was actually assisting in documenting some activities in like an exercise with just like, detecting like radiation in a building, and just assisting in documenting that activity. That was the 91st CST. So I don't know. I just think that this is an interesting project, and it seems like you are presenting an interesting solution here. So that's all I have to say. I don't really know much else about this specialty, but very interesting project.
Well, thank you for your insights and thank you for your service. Any other comments, questions? All right, thank you very much, Ethan. All right, next up, we have another online robotics student, Trinity Eisen with a SureSight.
What if you could see who was outside the door without walking up to it, opening an app, or relying on a smartphone screen? My name is Trinity Eisen. My major is robotics and embedded systems. My student innovation project is called SureSight. When someone approaches your front door, you normally have three choices. Walk up to the door, check a small phone screen, or rely on a brief notification. But what if the door itself could show you who's outside before you even open it? That question led to the innovation SureSight. SureSight is an interior door projected display. In simple terms, an exterior camera sends a live view to a computer inside the home, and the projector displays the view directly onto the closed door. Instead of searching for a phone or looking through a small peephole, the resident can see the entrance at a much larger scale. The project addresses a simple security problem. People need to be fully informed before deciding whether to approach and open a door. Existing door cameras are useful, but they often depend on handheld devices and a small display. My design moved that information into the environment. It turns the ordinary interior door into a large visual security display while allowing the resident to remain inside where it's safe. I developed the system in stages. First, I had to prove that the standard projector could turn a door into a usable display. The first test showed that projection was possible, but the image orientation placement not correct. I rotated the display into portrait mode, adjusted the projector's position, and corrected the color until the camera image fit the door. The processing system is built around the NVIDIA Jetson Orion Nano. It receives the camera feed and prepares it for the interior display. I arranged the hardware so the power, network, camera, and display connections remain accessible. The camera was positioned outside to capture the visitor area, while the projector was placed inside at the distance needed to cover the door. The Jetson enclosure also makes the processing unit movable, so I can reuse it as a central computer for future robotics and vision projects. The next stage focuses on usability. I created a clean standby presentation, removed unnecessary controls from the projected view, and tested the exterior feed under different lighting conditions. Day and night testing helped me evaluate framing, brightness, and visibility. Here is a system demonstration of the course of events when someone approaches. What I'm offering is a new way to present security camera information inside the home. The prototype provides a large hands-free viewing at the exact location where the information matters the most. It does not replace good locks, alarms, or personal judgment.
Let's see if Trinity is online. Trinity, are you via Zoom? All right, comments for Trinity. Dr. Prater?
It was, it was an interesting idea. You know, this is the kind of SIP I like because it's not like a complete world changer where you have to develop a whole bunch of stuff that isn't there. It's putting the pieces together to incrementally make something better. And that's really a reasonable way to go about a SIP, by doing something like that instead of trying to make something that's completely out in left field.
It reminds me a lot of the Ring cameras that were pitched on Shark Tank, where he was working on some mechanical items in the backyard, and he didn't know that someone was at the front door. And he thought if there was just a camera that would alert me who was at the front door, and it was one of the most popular products ever pitched on Shark Tank. Dr. Smith?
My question would be like the integration to other, you showcased it working, but my curiosity was like, would it just trigger that screen automatically, or does the user still have to prompt it to go up there? And then two, it was showcased, it was linked to a Ring camera. I wonder if it had more, because there's other products, so I wonder if it could link to any of the others, or if it would be proprietary to one based software. But that has applicability and it does have market viability. I don't know if you would want to partner or just have his own. I would do my own unique one that could integrate to all of them. That way you don't have to deal with BS partnerships or them trying to basically make it from underneath you.
Yeah, as far as from the SIP, the one that he showed me, it came up automatically whenever someone was within range. So it had a motion detection, but when it detected motion, it would instantly come up. Even if you weren't around the door, it would still come up on the door.
Dr. Pike?
What I like about it, excuse me, if you got the more complicated systems, if you've got kids in your house, they're not necessarily looking on those cameras or those screens or working with those apps. But something like this, where it projects directly what's outside the door and we can see it in scale, that's going to help kids opening the door for strangers, right? So, I mean, that might even be a way to look at the market. If you're living alone and you're an adult and you've got your phone on you all the time, maybe you don't need something like this. But if you've got a family and you've got people that are coming in and out that front door, something like this might be a pretty good security.
And better yet, too, if you have kids, then most likely, if they don't have their own phones, they have your phone that they're playing on. If someone comes up to the door, you have to find your kid, you have to take your phone from your kid.
There's a lot of things that can go wrong. This is simple.
Yes.
There's not a lot of things that can go wrong.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Pike. Ellie?
My main question is there some like alarm or alert if someone covers the camera?
Interesting.
That happens with Ring cameras. So if there's a alert or a message that pops up on the floor, if the camera's covered, that also benefits the whole safety aspect of it.
All right, Trinity, between our three doctors and our peer, you have some things to consider through this recording. So thank you very much, Trinity, for your presentation. Next up, we have Justice McNeely, our digital maker and fabrication online student with her mobile cover system.
My name is Justice McNeely, and welcome to my Student Innovation Project 409 presentation. Let's jump right into it. All right, let's jump into that perfect scenario. I know for me, being in a wheelchair, one of the greatest things is still being able to go out on dates, being able to try and find that loved one that you want to spend the rest of your life with. But to do that, you have to get to know them first. So let's jump right into it. Imagine you are on the perfect movie date. You're sitting in your wheelchair, lights are dim, your date's right next to you, everything is going absolutely amazing. And you are hoping and praying that it goes so smooth you get that second date. But wait, you start getting that irritating feeling in your back. And the only way to solve that is being able to move yourself and adjust yourself in your chair. And by doing that, you have to turn your chair on. Now, why is this such a big deal? It's something simple to do. Doesn't make a lot of noise for the motors. One of the biggest problems that should have been addressed a long time ago, the lights. Why the lights? Well, if you think about it, when you're in the movies and you turn your wheelchair on, all these bright lights start popping up on your joystick system, and it irritates everybody. Not just you, people behind you, even your date could get irritated if they don't truly understand. And the two options are, you either risk it and you turn your chair on, or you deal with that really, really bad pain the entire time. And what is the worst thing ever? Making somebody happy while you're in pain too? No. It should be a dual scenario where you are comfortable, your partner's comfortable, and you don't have to worry about those things. Again, my name is Justice McNeely, and welcome to my project, the PMCS, or known as the Permobile Cover System. Now, what is this system? This system is a simple cover system that is able to be open or closed with a simple cover that goes over the display. Now, why is this beneficial? Well, simple. It gets rid of the bright ambient light when you're in a dark environment, as well as the cover being able to help give a longer lifespan of the joystick screen, as well as outer body components as well. And one of my favorite parts is adding a attachment system where you can hold keys, pens, lanyards, even someone like me that needs to pick stuff up off the ground, telescopic magnets. Yes, I know it sounds weird, but it is true. We love using those things, as well as many other lightweight accessories to help with your daily needs. Now, doing some extra research, I decided to come up with a simple list of materials and technical information before I started this process. Now, the software I use mostly is Fusion 360, which is great for geometric shaping and industrial work. As you can see in this video, I also used a Bamboo Labs X1 Carbon to do the 3D printing. This one I did out of PLA Plus. I figured it was the best option for the simple prototype. And for the bottom connection, I figured to start with a heavy-duty Velcro patches to help keep the system on the chair. And for the hinge, for it to open and close the cover, I decided to do an M5 bolt and nut. And the end goal for this is keeping everything lightweight, low cost, simple, and strong enough for daily use. As you can see here, I was very successful with version 1. We were able to make sure everything physically works, and as you can see, it is very blocky. The test of the basic cover worked great, especially giving I have low ambulatory arm movement and hand movement. I was easily able to open and close the system, as you can see here, with ease of access, and I was still able to operate everything else. And during this, it helped reveal that a lot of the different areas, especially the top corners and the hinge itself, needed to be stronger and easier to use. And after much testing, I decided to get rid of the dedicated hinge part because of the tolerance as well as the ability to hold the certain items that I was planning on doing wasn't quite working as planned, but maybe in the future. My next iterations I plan for version 2, as you can see here, is a more compact, smooth design with the dedicated hardware and future improvements will be a stronger hinge with a more robust design. This one works great for the time being, but I plan on changing it up a little bit. As you can see here, it is easier to access the blue buttons on both sides of the hinge, as well as a future idea of adding a motorized actuator for the ease of opening and closing the system a lot easier. Now, why is this system so important? Well, it makes our daily life so much easier. By being able to have a cover system to go out in the town, hang out with friends, go on that special date, and not have to worry about your chair being on and irritating other people. It is a simple convenience that will make your life so much easier, as well as some extra benefits like the extra chair protection or the extra ability to hold stuff a lot closer. And this is a huge confidence boost. It makes every day so much easier. Again, thank you again for watching. My name is Justice McNeely, and here's all my contact information that you can reach out to me. It would be a pleasure to work with anybody that would like to see my projects go even further. Thanks again, and like they say, nothing's impossible. It's just another challenge.
All right, let's see if Justice is joining us. Justice, are you there? Okay, comments for Justice. Dr. Prater.
So, as usual with Justice, he does a great job. He has a lot of foresight into how to identify a problem and work it out, which is great. And there's a lot to be said for someone who has a disability, that they can identify a lot of things that people who don't have the disability don't really look at. Like with me in hotel rooms, being paralyzed on half my body really makes those showers, if it's a bathtub shower, a real pain. And we've had the discussion, me and Justice, after class on these types of things. So he really has a good eye for it, and really that's where I view he's going to make a benefit to this world, is by going into the design of handy capable machines and things. But if he was here, the only question that I would ask of him is, having that paralysis or that slight paralysis. I saw that there were some sharp points or sharp edges on that device, and maybe he might want to think about chamfering and taking down those sharp corners so he doesn't get it caught on his hand and maybe cause a bleed risk or something.
Thank you, Dr. Prater. Professor Bellinger?
It was actually a question that was in the was posted here. You might know this. Is it translucent or is it a solid cover?
It's a solid cover from what he's done. It was more Ryan's.
Yeah, because we saw it was like a white filament, so the light would come through. It's kind of going to be one of my questions to him, was would he consider a darker color so that the light doesn't shine through? Also, I liked that he focused on the iterations, and curious to see if this is something that he sees as done, or is it something that'll always be iterating on?
Thank you, Professor Murray.
Yeah, just following up on that point, the iterations I thought were really cool, and the design in general, very technical and very in-depth, so I have to commend him for that. And with the iterations, I was curious, and if he was here, I would ask, with those different attachments to hold stuff, I wonder if he would create whole new prototypes, or think of them as like little attachments that you can kind of stack on and continue to add to. So I was just curious what his direction.
All right, Justice, a lot to think about. All right, thank you very much. All right, the next one is our last of our robotics online students, Joseph Remp with Walk Up Alarm.
Being able to see where you're going is one of the greatest privileges we take advantage of today. If that privilege is taken away from us, It can be a very scary and a very dangerous time. It could be an instance like this man on screen who's about to walk off of a cliff, or it could also be something pretty simple, like you walk up to a restaurant and you don't see the curb and you trip over it and fall into the concrete. Or it could also be an instance where there could be a hazardous item in front of you and walking into it could do a lot of damage. My name is Joey Remp, and the solution that I came up with for this problem is the walk-up alarm. So the walk-up alarm is a low-cost walker that is made to alert its user both physically with vibrations and audibly with an alarm. What it is it uses an Arduino Uno, and it powers 2 ultrasonic sensors that use echolocation. Think of it like a bat. And it will power 2 speakers to sound off an alert to the user, and 2 vibration motors to actually vibrate the walker in their hands to let them know that they're about to run into something. The walk-up alarm offers peace of mind for its user, as they are able to know what's coming up as they navigate normally. With this device, I aim to eliminate the fear people have when they are hard of seeing and need the extra assistance moving around. So now what I'm going to do is go ahead and show a functionality display. So this is just, I'm going to go ahead and mute it for right now. This is just the circuit actually built. I'm just going over the different parts. There are the sensors, the 2 speakers, and then the motors are kind of hard to see, but once it starts moving, you'll be able to see it in full action. Skipping ahead, this is me showing the computer because it's reading the centimeters, which is the distance between the speakers, or the sensors, I'm sorry, and the sensors will trigger if anything is within 1.5 feet. So so there's me covering up the first sensor. I'm showing off the speakers go off first. Here go the motors. And then when I pull that away, I want to give it audio so that we can hear the speakers. Over this one. And it does the same thing. This is just a short. So that is the functionality display. What I want to go over next is the final build. So here I had created the housing for it. I got it all set up, and I'm going to let this video play through real quick as I describe in the video how everything's working and its functionality. Hello, my name is Joey Remp, and today I will be going over my final build for the walk-up alarm. Here we have, inside of the cardboard here is an Arduino Uno, which has these 2 ultrasonic sensors, the 2 piezo speakers, and then I'm going to try not to trigger this, but 2 vibration motors here and here. So what's going to happen if something gets within 1.5 feet of the sensors, the speakers will go off and the vibrations will sound. I'm going to show off both the left sensor and the right sensor, and then I have this cardboard box here and trigger them both at the same time. So I'll do the left first. I'll do the right, which I'm just going to reach over. Okay, and then we'll grab this box. We'll do both at the same time. And as you saw, as long as the item is there, this will happen indefinitely. But yeah, this was just a quick showcase to show that it's working. Okay, so I'll cut that a little bit short. The only thing I didn't mention in those videos, the first time, obviously, it was being powered through my laptop. And secondly, this one, as you can see, it's kind of hard. I didn't really say it, which I wish I did, but there is a 9-volt battery powering this. So going forward, when someone has a fear of not knowing the ground under their feet and cannot move around as easily, with the assistance of the walk-up alarm, they can finally breathe easy, as this product helps them to go places they never thought possible before. I thank you guys all for watching. This was very exciting to put together and finally get the whole thing done. And I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed making it. Thank you, and I hope you have a nice day.
All right, I see Joseph, are you joining us via Zoom? All right, comments for Joseph. Dr. Prater.
Once again, it's another one of those little projects that make big differences. It's not earth shaking, but it's something that could really change someone's life. So yeah, it's great.
Dr. Smith?
My other recommendation would that be the vibration and the sound would happen at the same time, because it seemed like it was a delay between the sound and the vibration, and they're outside or they're hard of hearing. That's going to be kind of useless. That's all. But no, it's a good project, good idea, and catering to specifically the older audience, because that's going to be a huge marketplace.
Especially with 10,000 baby boomers retiring per day.
Yeah, my only caution or question would be, like, with it being attached to a walking, walkers are considered a medical device, just making sure that there isn't some kind of jurisdiction on that.
And there would be. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Professor H.
I think this is a really cool prototype. I think it'd be cool to see what adjustments can be made to make it more intuitive, like haptically, to detect not just obstacles that are right in front of you, but maybe to the side of the person. And then I also just wanted to comment on, I like the fact that SIP in general is a great opportunity for us to kind of practice our communication skills and presenting these projects. I think that you displayed good communication skills in this example. I would maybe recommend that in playing back video, maybe consider reviewing those audio levels beforehand, before playing those videos and making those slight edits in for the final presentation. But overall, I think that the message was communicated, and good job overall.
Thank you, Professor Reed. Professor Murray?
Yeah, I may have missed it, but it seems like there's a missed opportunity to have different tones for the right sensor and the left sensor, so that you would know immediately to veer to one direction or the other. The other one, kind of hitting back on iterations, I'd like to see what plans he has for the next iteration, if it could be slimmed down into each of the legs so that the walker can still be folded.
I was even thinking like an emotional support dog. If it's also on a certain size, that it would recognize that, so that way it wouldn't just continuously go off.
Oh, yeah.
Comment?
I was wondering if it's going to be a little bit more lightweight, because I worry that it might be a little too heavy for those that can't the walker too much. I've had someone who can't even lift it herself, and I'd had to do it. So I was just wondering if it's just gonna be having like a model that would be just a little easier for our elders to lift it without having any issues.
That's a good point. Ellie?
There probably will be, but would there be a way to turn this function off? Like say if the walker's in storage, or it's like you're sitting down and people are going to be that close to it, or if it's just like something near the hands that the person can just tap to have it ignore that instance.
Okay. Yeah, definitely good points. Good points for Joseph to consider. Thank you very much, Joseph. We only have 3 more presentations before our lunch break. That does conclude our robotics engineering, robotics and embedded systems, and digital maker and fabrication. Well done, everyone. Now we move on to our network security, network engineering, and tech forensic students. Next up, we have Bon Vidadek, network security major with Fish Guardian.
Congrats. You won 5,000 free game points. Claim them in the next 10 minutes. Enter your username and password to continue.
Imagine you're 10 years old, and a message says you just won thousands of free game coins. You only have 10 minutes to claim them. Would you know that that message was trying to steal your account? My name is Von Vedetic, and my student innovation project is Fish Guardian, an interactive cybersecurity training website designed to help children between the ages of 8 to 12 recognize phishing and social engineering scams. Children encounter suspicious messages through games, email, social media, and messaging applications. But many cybersecurity lessons are written for adults or depend on lectures and memorization. Fish Guardian fills that gap by allowing children to practice making safe decisions through realistic, age-appropriate missions. Fish Guardian is a browser-based learning platform created with HTML, visual styling, and interactive JavaScript. Students select a mission, inspect suspicious content, identify warning signs, and make decisions receiving immediate explanations, and review the clues they missed. The website includes easy and hard modes, hints, points, star ratings, and local leaderboards. The first example is the Game Coins mission. The student receives a message promising 5,000 free coins. Rather than immediately being told that is fake, the student must investigate it. The sender address contains a number in place of a letter. The message creates urgency with a countdown, and the shortened link hides the real destination. When the student selects a warning sign, Fish Guardian explains why it matters instead of only awarding points. If the student becomes stuck, a hint briefly detects their attention without immediately giving away every answer. The student can also inspect the link before opening it. The expanded address does not match the supposed company, and the browser displays an invalid security certificate. If the student continues, the fake generator requests a username and password, promises unlimited rewards, and uses a false security badges and fake activity to appear legitimate. The safest choice is to leave the website, report it, and use the official application instead. At the end, the student receives a star rating, reviews missed clues, and sees explanations that reinforce the lesson. The second mission teaches a different type of phishing attack. A message appears to come from a friend, but the account may have been hacked. The request uses urgency, secrecy, unusual writing, and a gift card. Students can choose their own responses, such as asking to call the friend or asking a question only the real friend would know. When the person avoids the call and cannot answer the question, the safest action is to contact the friend another way or ask a trusted adult before sending money or codes. Here's an example on how the conversation with the friend might go.
Hey, can you help me super fast? Like right now? I need a gift card for a surprise. Don't tell anyone.
Why do you need a gift card?
It's for a surprise gift, and my mom can't know. Keep this secret from parents too.
Can I call you for 10 seconds?
I can't talk. My mic is broken right now. No, just text me.
Okay, what do I buy?
Starmart only. And I need it in the next 5 minutes. Send me the code and send the pin too.
Fish Guardian also includes separate dashboards for teachers and parents, because each adult supports children in a different way. The teacher dashboard is designed for classroom use. It allows teachers to assign missions, view class-wide progress, identify commonly missed phishing clues, and manage privacy settings. This helps the teachers decide which cybersecurity topics need more explanation and practice. The parent dashboard focuses on support at home. It provides simple progress tracking, conversation guides, safety tips, and suggestions for completing missions together. This helps parents continue the lesson by asking the children why the message looks suspicious and what safe actions they should take. Together, the dashboards connect classroom instructions with conversations at home, giving children consistent guidance from the adults they trust. The current version of Fish Guardian is a working prototype, but my future plan is to develop it into a complete classroom-ready platform. My next step would be testing the missions with students between ages of 8 to 12, along with teachers and parents. Their feedback would help me improve the reading level, mission difficulty, instructions, accessibility, and overall experience. I also plan to add more scenarios involving fake giveaways, account verification messages, suspicious attachments, QR codes, social media impersonation, and other scams that children may encounter. At the beginning, I asked whether a 10-year-old would recognize the free game coins message as a scam. Without practice, that child may click before realizing what is happening. Fish Guardian gives children a safe place to make those decisions, learn from those mistakes, and build better online habits. With Fish Guardian, children do not have to guess. Before they encounter the fish, we can teach them how to catch it.
Good to see if Vaughn is joining us via Zoom. Vaughn, are you joining us via Zoom? All right, comments for Vaughn. Professor Rodriguez.
All right, another fun project. So for everybody knowing that phishing attacks happen millions and millions of times all day, every day. And I think right now the biggest target is your kids, your family, the people who are unprotected. This is a great way to get that education out there. It could take, 5 minutes to walk through one of these exercises. And then now I know what a phishing attack is. I know what, this smishing attack is. I know if this isn't real. So these are things that I think that we need to start introducing to everybody at a much earlier age. And this is a great way to start.
Dr. Burke.
Thank you, Desiree. Yeah, to piggyback on that, I think the impact on this is much larger than just my kid didn't get his game account hacked. One of the biggest challenges that we face as professionals is having to do cyber training. What if in 10 years that was no longer necessary? Impacts productivity in the workplace and how because kids learned at an early age what fishing was.
Mm-hmm. Thank you,
Thank you,
Dr.
Vaughn.
Thank you, Dr. Bacote. Comment?
Being a baby boomer myself, I think he's missing a whole demographics. For me, it's difficult to find out what is fishing and what's not. So I would like to see it expanded to baby boomers.
Okay, thank you very much.
They got my dad, he's an engineer. He bought gift cards. He did the whole thing. He's almost 80, so.
Yes, yes, thank you, Dr.
Were you in jail?
Professor H?
I'm just kind of blown away by the presentation. So just like, future students take notes. That's how you present.
Thank you very much. Professor Ray Caruso?
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate that because I have kids within that target market. And we talk about things like in the physical world about like, you kind of role play, like, here's what you should do if this happens. But like there's so many threats online. It's hard to do that. So I really like the tangible nature of that. And if Vaughn, if you need some kids to test out for your next phase, I volunteer mine.
Wonderful. I like the trifecta, the fact that you have students, parents, and teachers coming together, collaborate. It's not just one specific user. So I think that that's very powerful to get everyone on board. Dr. Prater?
Just to bring in the regulatory angle, because we'll be doing that a lot today. When you're dealing with children under 16, there are different review boards and things like that you need to keep in mind. So just when you're working with 10-year-olds or 12-year-olds, be sure you've got your review board angle covered. That's all. I mean, it's fantastic. I love it. I think it's great. You just got to make sure you got your T's crossed and your I's dotted.
Like COPA, the Children's Privacy Act,
Yeah.
CCPA. Yeah.
And also the actual content too, one thing I was thinking is if it involves ED, then it's fake, but getting that brought up to kids, you probably don't want to do that.
Please
So,
avoid that.
yeah, but they see it. You laughed a little too much at that, right?
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Vaughn. Well done. All right. Next up, we have Weston Dana, Network Security and Tech Forensics major with new M2408 discriminator.
Hello, everyone. My name is Weston Dana. Today, we're going to be going over my student innovation project of the new 240 Bravo discriminator. So a little bit of technical background on me. I served as a United States Marine Corps infantry machine gunner for 4 years with 2 deployments, one in the Middle East and the other to Okinawa, Japan. I had early promotion to team leader role. I'm an advanced machine gunners course graduate, and as well as I got a meritorious mass for teaching machine gun deployment techniques to other soldiers that are in Qatar. This idea comes from years of hands-on experience operating, maintaining, and teaching the M240 Bravo, not just a theory. So the problem, military units frequently train with blank ammunition. Blank rounds feed differently than live ammunition. Existing features were originally designed for live ammunition. During training, machine guns can experience interruptions that slow training and create frustration and friction points. Every interruption means a lost train time and less realistic drills. Current equipment was never optimized specifically for blank ammunition training. So my solution here is a new 240 Bravo discriminator, or the blank firing adapter feed tray. Essentially, it's just going to be this part right here. That is what I'm adding to it. Basically, essentially just adds something physically in the way that will allow it to feed properly. My redesigned feature incorporates a built-in discriminator that improves blank ammunition alignment during feeding. By integrating the discriminator directly into the feed tray, the system has fewer external components while improving reliability during blank fire training. Fewer feeding interruptions, more realistic training, faster training evolutions, less instructor downtime, and no external attachment required. Essentially, this is going to be its own feed tray made out of the same stainless steel as all the other ones, or as the original ones. Innovation claim. Innovation in relation to the military should be something new or something that improves an aspect of training or combat. And that was said by Mac Aaron Kynell. He served in Afghanistan during the pullout in 2021. The current system is an external discriminator, more parts, interruptions to occur, and it's a cheap plastic design. Mine is integrated discriminator, fewer parts, designed to reduce interruption, and is made of stainless steel. Target market. Target market is obviously going to be the United States military and the trusted allies. So U.S. Army, Marine Corps, National Guard, reserves, NATO partners, military training schools, as well as foreign sales partners. Prototype and timeline. 3D print is just about 90% done. Month one, print prototype. Month two, we would do testing. In 3 months, live evaluation. 4 to 6 months, we have steel manufacture. So the actual thing itself, the actual discriminator feed tray. The only thing is, it is a part for a machine gun, and I'm not going to 3D print that and then bring it to school to show people. That seems like a great way to get a felony. Why this is important? It improves military readiness, saves training time, reduces weapon interruption, builds more realistic machine gun training, and can be fielded across thousands of existing M240 Bravo systems. Small engineering improvements can produce significant gains in military readiness. My goal is to solve a problem I experienced firsthand while serving as a machine gunner, Marine machine gunner. Yeah, that's all. Thank you, guys.
All right, let's see if Weston is in Zoom. Weston, are you there? Okay. Comments for Weston. Professor Rodriguez.
Okay, so this is a really fun one. So for a lot of people who didn't understand all the military jargon there, the blank bullets are shorter.
Yeah.
So all this does is it filters in the round into the chamber so it doesn't jam up. That's all it does. But that one little thing saves, I cannot explain how much time we have these in larger weapons, other aircraft, things like that. So it's kind of cool that he invented one for a machine gun that's been around for 30 years. So kind of cool. I don't know, different branches, I'm not sure, but that, yeah, it's a really, really useful thing to save time on jams. If anybody's ever tried to fix a jam in a weapon before, it is terrible, especially if somebody's firing back. Practicing something, right? So you don't want that to happen. So it's a great thing to have.
Dr. Pagoda?
Yeah, great job, Weston. And while it always breaks my heart to see network students not present network, I think that as we've been talking about innovation today, it really represents the spirit of UAT to recognize a challenge in any aspect of your life and then to dedicate yourself to building a solution. And as we had mentioned here, while the U.S. may not necessarily work with this particular weapon, oftentimes we're partnering with partner nations overseas, specifically the Middle East, that often older gear, and it's exceptionally helpful when solutions are available.
Thank you, Dr. Pagoda. I think Weston's trying to connect. Weston, are you there via Zoom? Okay, I think he's trying to connect. We'll see if we can connect with this. Tyler, did you have your hand up?
Yeah. I saw that you were planning to make this out of steel, which is probably the best play. Something I'd recommend when you go through testing is do a lot of testing. These machine guns go through a lot of punishment for just firing and training, getting tossed around or whatever. I recommend, really test this thing to make sure it holds up under a long period of time, as long a period of time as it can.
All right. Thank you very much, Tyler. Dr.
Can you
Smith?
guys hear me now?
Oh, hi, Weston.
Hello, sorry about that.
Oh, good.
It's okay. Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. And thank you again for your service. We do have several comments that have already been shared. We have our next question by Dr. Smith.
Hey, Weston, quick question for you. Is there any IP potential protection on this that you could utilize in the future?
What do you mean by that? IP potential?
But could you potentially patent this because it is a unique piece? It's not necessarily, I guess it's an add-on. It's not standard. It's not something that comes stock on the machine or the component. So is there any type of like intellectual property protection that you could seek on it?
Yes, I'm sure I could because it's normally, like the original design for the discriminator is essentially just a 3D printed plastic piece that's going to be warped and manipulated during the firing of the machine gun, versus mine is integrated into the actual feed tray. So it's its own feed tray made out of stainless steel, so there will be no warping. So yeah, I think there will definitely be potential. My dad and I were talking about it because he was also in the Marine Corps. And for the testing wise, there is a place in Scottsdale as well as in Las Vegas that has the M240 Bravo machine guns that we would possibly be able to test. I don't know about if they have blank ammunition, but yeah.
But yeah, I would definitely explore that, because if you do end up wanting to position this to be sold to military and or, well, no civilians can have that weapon, but that we know of. But you're going to want to have that IP protection, because that's going to not allow people to essentially just make counterfeits of what you put together.
Thank you, Dr.
Gotcha.
Comments? Yes, comment?
I would just say when you get ready for the steel execution, I would potentially do some research into the type of material that this is going to interface with, and then try to match the material type and hardness, so you don't have a harder metal that'll end up shaping the tray and creating damage to it.
Okay.
And also thermal characteristics too, because you're firing a lot. There's a lot of temperature changes that could affect it as well.
All right, thank you very much, Weston, for joining us. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, we have our last presentation before our lunch break. Thank you for hanging in there. Next up, we have Meyer Johnson, Network Security Major with Blockchain of Custody app.
Every single piece of evidence that a law enforcement agency collects has to survive a chain of custody. That is proof that nothing was altered between collection and the courtroom. But most tracking today is just paper logs and spreadsheets, which can be easily edited after the fact with no way to prove that it had happened. Verichain is a blockchain-based evidence tracker that aims to circumvent this. It makes tampering mathematically detectable, not just procedurally discouraged. It applies the same core logic behind popular cryptocurrencies called hash chaining, but applies it to forensic evidence records. Every evidence record is hashed using the SHA-256 algorithm, and that hash includes the previous record's hash. That means that if you change anything, even just one character, that will break every hash after it. This way, you don't just have to trust the log, but you can mathematically verify it. Here's an example of the tool in action. We will act as an investigator logging a new piece of evidence, including a case number, description, evidence type, collector, and location. So up here, we already have our case number as well as the officer that is logging it. We're going to upload a document. I'm just going to put the description as test 2 and handled by Officer Doe. Collected at 123 ABC Street, Tempe, Arizona. We're just going to pick some random file that I have on my computer here, and we're going to send the block into the chain. Now, when we scroll down the chain, you can see that the system generates a unique evidence ID and fingerprint here automatically. So as evidence changes hands from field collection to a lab, for example, each transfer will get logged with who released it, who received it, and why. And you can even export that ledger by just clicking up here. Now here's the key moment. I am going to try to quietly edit a past record, even by going around the app. But first, what we're going to do is pull straight from the database of this case, and we can see everything that we have sealed into the chain right now. So what happens when we try to make a change to the file, it is going to immediately send out an error saying that block files are append only. But if we're going to be simulating a real attack,
Okay, we're going to do a little pivot here. The video was recorded wrong, so Meyer's going to do a live demonstration for you guys.
hello. Yeah, sorry about that. I guess I should have probably reviewed that video before submitting.
No worries. Let me get you set up here. All right, see if you can share.
All right, give me 1 second here. Looks like it says screen sharing is disabled on my end.
All right, hold on just a second.
Meyer, remember all that time that we spent talking about presentation strategies?
Wrong person.
Okay, give it a try now.
All right. Should be. There we go. Should be showing up now. Okay. So what I was trying to show in the video was pulling from a case. So the case that I had or was using as an example was that one right there. And because everything is stored in a local database on the system, it has everything here that we can look at for anything that has been stored in a case. The issue that I wanted to, or that I was trying to show in the video as well, was what would happen if somebody was trying to effectively break in and edit the and edit the files that are stored in each case. So, all right, can you see the PowerShell window that I have up here?
Yes, we can, Maya.
Okay.
Oh, it was there and then it disappeared.
Yes, I I need to just move to the right directory really fast.
Hey, Meyer.
Yes.
I recognize that this is a pretty big pivot from presentation. So why don't you present to us the nuts and bolts, and then give us an opportunity to ask some questions.
Okay, yeah, I can show you how this works. There is in the SQL code there is a script that blocks updates to files. And basically the thing that circumvents that is if someone were to go and edit that and remove that line that blocks editing of files. If someone goes and tries to edit the files, then whatever file that they do edit in the block, it will break down after that and say that no files should be trusted. So because I did run an example for that video, it should still block from when I was able to edit a file. So so this is the one that I did edit in the PowerShell, and you can see it says that everything past that should not be trusted and has been potentially tampered with, because it can no longer verify the hash from the file, because each hash is generated from the previous block's hash, so that everything is verifiable up to a point. if it has been tampered with. So that's why you can see these 3 blocks are still verified and trustworthy, because they go back and check that hash. And everything here, since this one has been tampered with, everything there is just automatically assumed that it has been tampered with.
Are you ready to receive questions?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Meyer. Professor Rawad.
Yeah, very good job, Mayor, on this project. I think it shows an excellent application of blockchain. I have a bunch of questions for you. So first of all, what kind of development kit you're using?
Say that again. I couldn't hear you.
What kind of development kit you used here? Is it only Claude?
Yeah. So Claude was the main one that I had used. In terms of that, I did a lot of the programming myself. I actually mostly used Claude to help run the testing for tampering.
Yeah. Also, did you test it on any actual test blockchain?
Did I paste the blockchain?
Test. Test.
Oh, no. Everything here is local, so it's not technically like a blockchain the way that like Bitcoin would be. It's more hash chaining because it's all local and not decentralized.
Okay, my last question, you know that blockchain is terrible in space, like to store big objects. How you're gonna go around if your evidence are an actual media, like pictures and videos?
Oh, so on here on Verichain, we can upload files, and then it hashes the file as well as the description that is entered in.
Yep, very good job.
Thank you, our Professor Rawad that knows a lot about blockchain. Appreciate you. Dr. Bakodi?
Yeah, so one of the things that Meyer and I talked about specifically was data management in regards to hosting. Meyer's running a lot of this locally within the browser, but recognizing that there's limited capacity for storage, Meyer expanded out to establish a local database.
Thank you, Dr. Bagodi. Any more comments?
This
Professor
is
Rodriguez?
really interesting. So for a lot of people who was looking at that first screen, was like, I don't know what we're looking at. Those are iterations of the same document used over time, and as it was being modified, the system was registering that what's called a hash value to verify the document. And it identified it at the end, like, oh, don't trust this one anymore. That is one of those things that we use in forensics for everything, every part of every system, every document. So this is creating a very, very valuable chain of understanding documentation for us. So it is a very, very useful tool that a lot of people just don't understand the purpose of. So I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of what he was actually doing.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. Comment?
I have a couple questions. So is this storing the hash value of the blockchain, but while keeping a local database? So it's like separating the data and then blockchain hash, or is the blockchain storing data entirely?
No, so everything is at least for now. I do plan eventually to try to decentralize everything, but for now everything is stored locally. The hash and the files themselves, when you upload them, are stored separately in 2 different databases on the local system.
All right, and then is there like a chain of custody where you have maybe like an auditor privilege and maybe the administrator privilege that is built into the initial hash, so that as you go through the iteration, have edit access or access versus users who have checkout, check-in access?
Say that last part again.
So like, is there a way to create like a differentiator between say like an auditor or like an admin has rights to add to or change the file when they check in and check it out versus having the ability to create like a local user account hash that can only check in and check out the original file without modification? Like,
Yeah, there is the option for that. That's if I can scroll down here. This is what the checkpointing is for. So, well, because this chain is broken, I can't do it. But the checkpointing allows for that to happen. So that even if someone were like I did in this example, break the hash, You can verify everything against a checkpoint file that would be limited to administrator access because of the foundational importance of the checkpoint.
All right. Thank you very much, Mayor. Well done.
Thank you, guys. Sorry about the the mix-up.
Thank you for pivoting. Appreciate it. All right, everyone. That concludes the morning section of our Summer 2026 Student Innovation Project Showcase. I'd like to share with you the Socrative code. We'll continue sharing the code throughout the day so that way you can vote for your favorite. But again, please refrain from voting until you've seen all of the presentations. But this is your opportunity to scan it, and that way you can have it ready to go after we return from our lunch break. So we do have approximately 35 minutes for lunch. Please come back at 12:40. We will continue with the remainder of our presentations. Again, thank you very much, and I'll see you in just a bit.
Yeah, I got something to keep them busy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the remainder of our Student Innovation Project Showcase for summer of 2026. I'm Professor Valenzuela, and I, along with Professor Sharon Bowman, are excited to again continue the presentations for this semester. For those of the family members that are joining us, welcome to our university. Of course, you can learn more about us on our website and our social media channels. And today we just we're resuming our presentations. And this morning we went through robotics engineering, robotics and embedded systems, digital maker fabrication, network security, network engineering, and technical forensics. So thank you to all of those students who presented this morning. Again, I'd like to remind everyone to please make sure that your cell phones are on silent and that you refrain from stepping out until the student is done presenting and they have sat. I also will be showing a QR code throughout the day. You are able to vote for your favorite through People's Choice Award. I'd like to invite everyone this Friday, August 21st at 10 a.m. live in the theater and via Teams to join us for our semester award ceremony, where we will announce 5 SIP winners: Best SIP Pitch, Most Market Ready, Most Creative, and People's Choice. But you do have the opportunity to vote for your favorite, but I kindly ask that you refrain from voting until you've seen all of the presentations. So again, to those students who've already presented, thank you very much for your time. For those of you that are about to present, welcome again. And I will continue by introducing our Advancing Computer Science, Data Science, Artificial Intelligence, and Human-Computer Interaction. Next up, we have Amara Hill, Advancing Computer Science major with Safe Wings window decals. All right, Amara.
City landscapes have become bland with little to no color. The same shades of brown and tan, black and white permeate the city, leading to bleak city landscapes that don't represent any kind of unique personality or identity, making it hard to tell one company apart from another. We need more color in our world. Streets like historic Grand Avenue bring life back into the community. With its rich art culture, walls full of murals, and colorful buildings, displaying unique personalities and identities, differentiating different company ideals and values, and adding more play into our daily lives. So, hi, my name is Amara, and my project is about Hi, my name is What is that? Oh my god. Okay, let's start over. Everyone meet Panini, this adorable baby bird that landed on our front doorstep, needing our help. He was rushed to the Liberty Wildlife Sanctuary, where he was taken in and treated. He rode in my car, huddled up next to us, dazed, and looked so helpless, his tiny chest rising and falling with each shaky breath. At the Liberty Wildlife Sanctuary is where I learned about window decals for bird collision prevention. I learned that 1 billion birds are killed annually in the US due to window collisions. that highly reflective angles, large uninterrupted window panes, and unframed corners are the biggest factor in this danger, and that window decals can reduce bird collisions by 84 to 95%, reducing bird fatalities, aiding bird migration, and improving company processes. So, I dove headfirst into researching and designing them so no other bird has to face the hardship Panini did. I learned about how birds see windows as invisible objects they can fly through, and how window markers help them identify windows as solid objects that they can't fly through. With this knowledge and Panini's influence, I decided to dedicate my city makeover to birdkind, with their safety in mind. So, hi, my name is Amara, and my project is about window decals for safe bird navigation. I developed a website that lets the user customize their own window decal using local artist murals like the ones on display on historic Grand Avenue, or by using their own custom brand image or logo. The user can choose between a repeating pattern, a dotted mural, or a local artist image. They submit their information, contact information, and desired artwork through the form, and we make their custom window decal for them. Traveling in New York, I saw this street artwork in action. I saw murals from local artists showing their individual art styles and personality, ranging from beautiful butterfly murals, beautiful artwork showcasing humanity, and gorgeous, unique designs created for utility purposes. Signs and subways were decorated in mosaic tiles. And I love the idea that something that was purely functional could also be beautiful. I decided to incorporate these ideas into my window decals and design 70/30 perforated vinyls that could turn functional windows into spaces of beauty and safety for birds. After a lot of research into which kind of vinyls are effective in deterring window collisions, I found that UV reflective vinyls aren't as effective as a lot of people have been led to believe, as not many birds can actually see UV light. Decals spaced too far apart prevent birds from actually seeing the window as a solid object and can still lead to birds crashing into them. And silhouettes of larger predator birds like hawks don't actually repel birds from flying into windows if they think there's a space around the pretend bird. I found that 70/30 perforated vinyl spaced 2 by 2 inches apart in a repeating pattern is the best way to prevent bird collisions. This product is great for any company or individual with large windows that either have issues with bird collisions or want to prevent bird collisions in the future. This product is ideal for companies with multiple stories, large reflective windows and overhangs, and any individual wanting to sport a unique image or boast their company branding. This way, we can continue to decorate our cities with individual personality, liven up our community, support our local artists, and most importantly, protect our feathered friends. Thank you.
All right, Amara, thank you very much. Questions, Professor A.
Comments start out. What I find really interesting about the presentation is that there's a real sense of storytelling, which is to me just really interesting for a showcase. I haven't quite seen like a narrative kind of played out in the middle of like a presentation of like a project that you're proposing as innovative. I'm sure other people have comments about that, but I don't know, just like the ideas of like composition and the use of recording B-roll and all of that to just kind of weave together like a cohesive message is, I think, pretty impressive. So just kudos on the presentation itself. I'm going to let other people talk about the project itself, but really good presentation, I think.
Thank you, Professor A.
Yes,
Professor Reed.
I absolutely have to echo those statements. I think the video came out awesome and you did a great job really not only explaining your product, but also telling that story. I also think your product also does a great job tackling two important industries, like the artistic side of things and then the bird safety. Can you speak to some of the challenges of how you're able to balance those two kind of aspects of this project?
Yeah, so the very first challenge that I ran into with trying to balance those two aspects was making the window vinyl functional. If it was a big mural, it could block the visibility of giant windows, making them useless for the people working inside the building. So I did a lot of research. I actually went on a tour with Professor Ryan of different window decals and different vinyls to see what kind of vinyls are the best for visibility to make it see-through. And I found that 70-30 is kind of the best balance that still allows you to see the image and break up window reflections, but also let light pass so that people inside the building can still see through.
Very nice. Awesome job.
Dr. Prater?
So that 70-30, is that the kind that they use for like cars? So when you see a car rear window, it's got a commercial or something on it, but yet they can see out the other way.
I'm not too sure. I think the ones for like tinted windows are a bit different, but if it's for like a company vehicle, like the ad decals that you see on those kinds of company videos, those are the same.
Okay, good deal. And then another thing too is in Berlin they have the wall the part with the wall where they have the wall that separated East and West Berlin, and in that they have it's decorated, very highly decorated, and that should be another place for you to grab images from, because there's really unique images on those.
I think it's Dr. Prater. Professor Bellinger?
I'm gonna be the third or fourth voice out here for just complimentary about the merger of folk art and just environmental wildlife concerns. I think it's really nice. Community identity is a really big part of this. But I do have a practical question or two. So did you price these out? Like what would I be purchasing if I got, enough to cover, say, I don't know, a typical house? And then also, what's the life of one of these vinyls?
So at this time, I can't predict how much the price would be because for my project, the expense is a little bit skewed because I got a tiny bit window vinyl from a large printing company. So one small thing was $24, but if it were to be mass produced, it would be cheaper for bulk orders. But I don't know specifically how much it would cost to color a company building.
And what about the life of the vinyls themselves?
The life of the vinyls can go from a few months to up to a few years, depending on the type of finish you get on it. And if you get it just as it is, it'll be a few months. Or if you get weather-resistant coating, it could be up to 2 years, I believe.
Other questions? Thank you very much, Amara. Well done. All right, next up we have David Chamas, our human-computer interaction major with color purple.
Hi, my name is David Shamus, and this is my app, The Color Purple. Alzheimer's can't be cured, but the modifiable risk factors around it can change its trajectory. The lifetime risk of dementia between ages 55 and 95 is now estimated at about 42%, with new U.S. cases projected to climb towards 1 million a year by 2060. Just some quick vocabulary because these terms get mixed up constantly. Dementia is the umbrella term. Alzheimer is the one specific disease that most often causes it, and a risk assessment is not the same thing as a diagnosis. The blood test I mentioned, cleared by the FDA in May 2025, is meant to help clinicians evaluate adults 55 and older who already have cognitive symptoms. It's not an at-home screening test, and it doesn't replace a doctor. The app gives people a secure place to log their result and turn a clinician's recommendation into daily habits. It never tries to diagnose anyone. So who's actually ready for a tool like this? 91% of US adults now own a smartphone. 78% of those adults are 65 and older, and 71% of adults surveyed already use some kind of health app. The device and demand are both already there, but what's missing is a tool built specifically around this moment. One reason the app tracks sleep specifically is a 2026 randomized study found that after a normal night's sleep, people had higher morning levels of amyloid beta and tau in their blood, consistent with the brain's lymphatic system clearing more out of it overnight. That's a real human evidence for why sleep matters. It's still an active research area and doesn't mean one good night's sleep erases plaque buildup. So the app has 2 entry points. For most people, it's general midlife brain health, sleep, exercise, nutrition, stress, social connections, but starting in your 40s well before any symptoms show up. And then for a smaller group with an actual cognitive symptom, the clinician will order blood tests, is a place to log the result and follow through on a doctor's recommendations. Our primary persona is Margaret, 45, tech-savvy, health-conscious, already using fitness trackers. She wants to protect her cognitive health while she's still functioning well, and existing tools only treat symptoms, not prevention. So my process follows the standard UX design process. I started by empathizing with the user and researching around those pain points. Fortunately or unfortunately, I grew up with a grandmother who had Alzheimer's, so I could see the effects firsthand and empathize with a lot of those feelings. From there, I defined the exact problem, mapped out the system architecture, and built out the personas, including thinking through needs with older adults, caregivers, and clinicians, since accessibility to that group isn't optional. Ideate was building wireframes to test whether the system would even work. Then I prototyped a lo-fi version of both the app and the hardware. The last step is to test and build, connecting the system together, testing with real users, and making iterations wherever they are needed. The app has 8 tabs: Home, Diary, Sleep, Mind Games, Fitness, Diet, News, and Bluetooth, as well as a photo book section and the settings. The diary uses daily rotating prompts, mood tracking, and symptom tags to build a record for the user and their doctor. Fitness is the largest section, with steps, breathing, stretching, and a dance with us. It connects out with music with Apple Health, Apple Calendar, Spotify, and Apple Music, only where the user opts in. Diet covers food logging, a cookbook, and guidance for different diets. The app is offline first. Every write goes to local storage immediately, then pushes to Superbase, a Postgres database, in the background once the user is logged in and connected. It also talks to about 10 external services: news, recipe and nutrition, lookups, trail, discovery, trivia, and a multi-provider AI router that defaults to Google Gemini but can fall back on other providers. Health data like sleep, symptoms, and blood test results is also treated separately from ordinary content like news or game scores. Because this is the health data, security wasn't an afterthought. Credentials live in the device's keychain or key store, never regular app storage. Superbase enforces row-level security, so a user can only ever query their own rows, and every input is sanitized before it's stored or sent anywhere. All traffic runs over TLS, and data at rest in Superbase is encrypted by default. And app privilege API keys, Superbase, Gemini, OpenAI, Anthropic live behind a protected backend, never bundled into the shipped app. And now I just want to give some more time to go through the user interface of the app. And this will be the stretch section. As you can see, we use a native music with Apple Music that we've connected through settings. And then here's the same thing with Spotify. And as you can see, when you're trying to refresh with the news, it does tell you to please wait, so you can't just refresh 1,000 times and make the app crash. And the long term for the hardware companion will be like a smartwatch that it connects to. Today, the M5 Core 2 and ESP32 device with Bluetooth Low Energy, a 6-axis IMU, and expansion ports for more sensors simulates that role. This shows the pairing flow and data pipeline before committing to custom hardware. What makes this different from something like Brain Test, MindMate, or ReadySpec is pairing softwares and hardware around a specific trigger. The new amyloid beta blood test, those tools do cognitive testing, brain training, and clinical detection. None of them turn a risk score into a daily action plan the way this does. And here's a quick competitive analysis. So what's next? Adding the clinical side of the app to input clinical tests and getting it to follow up with HIPAA. Then testing it with older adults, sensor validation, and new privacy review before any of this makes a bigger claim. After that, real time for time correction is Stretch and Dance With Us being an AI correction to make sure you have proper form, as well as a deeper dive into the Apple ecosystem, integrating a bigger game library on the path to market. That means integrating clinical configuration and letting care teams customize the app's UI alongside pilots with senior living communities and subscription models before eventually moving from the M5 Core 2 into the smartwatch. And I do want to say a huge thank you to Professor Ratin and thank you everyone else for who helped me out. This is my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Well done, David. Professor Kareem.
Yes, so well done. I can't commend you enough. For all those of you who don't know, HCI is very design heavy, and you flash that UX design process. And not only did you nail that with the personas, the competitive analysis, you also went so far above and beyond on the prototyping, doing the back end of the app and that companion hardware device. So I can't commend you enough for that. My question now is, can you talk about the tracking? I think we talked about it a little bit through your process, but what kind of metrics would be tracked? Can those be shared with like a physician or a clinician with the patient? Any thoughts on that?
So at the moment, I don't have it shared with any physicians at the moment. I just wanted to get this right now set for HIPAA because I'm working on a back end to have clinicians be able to edit your specific configuration based on your needs, as well as change the layout. Because I know there's a lot of tabs there. We're tracking things like sleep, diet, fitness, steps. And we have mind games, but we can't say any of those mind games that actually counteract and are preventative, but they are mind games meant to stimulate the brain. Cognitive function stimulation will help prevent long term, and however that seems to you. As far as that tracking goes, I do want to be able to change and adjust based on your user needs and based on a doctor's recommendation.
Nice, very well done.
Dr. Prater.
So I saw the step counter, is that all manual entry or do you have the interaction with the Apple iWatch or whatever, or cell phone to record steps?
So I have it actually pulling from Apple Health. So it's just connected with Apple Health. And then I'm mainly focusing on a Apple basis. And for iOS, based on the research I found, more iOS users are willing to spend more on accessories with their apps and things like that as well than Android users, which doesn't mean I won't have it for both markets, but I am focused on doing that for Apple. So the Apple Watch will just reflect that with Apple Health, and that's how we'll track. I know I have some family members testing it out. When they do it, it doesn't even, you don't have to do anything manually, it automatically tracks it, and it will show their on the calendar on the bottom of the steps, which come from Apple Health and which ones aren't.
Professor Bellinger?
How did the regulatory environment change the design, or did it?
Can you explain about that?
Well, as far as as Jake, indicated, when you have to look at HIPAA, there's certain limitations now on your product. So did that happen as you were going through the initial design phase of this?
It was more so based on the encryption of how we're transporting the data within the database and such. Cyberbase does have a HIPAA option that I could upgrade to as well to be more so that. I just didn't do that because they were charging, I think, $800 a month, and I didn't want to spend that for the project, but it was a thought in mind.
Any questions? Yes.
In the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned the protein amyloid beta tau, I believe it is. That play with. So how does the app kind of monitor? I know you can't monitor the levels really directly, but how does it keep that in the context of what the app is doing? So the app doesn't monitor anything specific for that. It came a need when I found out that we had the amyloid beta test with a blood test that can show whether you're susceptible up to 20 years in advance. And that just builds awareness. Prior to that, it was more so tests that were showing immediate, whether you immediately have it or don't immediately have it. And some of those tests were not as accurate, some of them were more accurate. So it was really just to be able to be preventative because currently there's nothing to recess Alzheimer's and dementia. So once you have it, you have it. You can only stay stable where you're at. That's the most they can do. So it's just trying to be preventative. It's the only thing you can do prior to getting that in 20s and 30s to stay active, get sleep, things like that, to make sure that long term you can eventually, retain those memories. One thing I would look at, I just recently read something where there was a research study done where they're actually showing people getting too much sleep later stages of life. We're showing higher elevated levels of protein versus people who got within like 6 or 7 hours of sleep. So that would be interesting to look into to see how that develops. Maybe had like a recommended sleep tracker that's built to maybe be focused on what is the most healthiest option. I do have a set that you can set your sleep goals as well. Same with steps and calories as well, that all be personalized to you. So definitely 100% if you take that test and you see that and your doctor recommends this, the idea would be that your doctor can go in there and actually adjust that for you.
Dr. Prater?
So one thing too that I should have mentioned as well is you mentioned the blood test for beta amyloid plaque, which is different than tau protein. I was in on the pre-approval trials for the beta amyloid radiographic detector where we would inject a patient and it sticks to the beta amyloid plaques in the brain. That was 2009 to 2013 was when that was developed. And that came out before the blood test, obviously. Tau protein is something that's coming up now, and what tau protein does is they're unsure about the beta amyloid plaque because they can get rid of the plaque. Now, there's risk of strokes and things like that when you do it. But when you get rid of the plaque, it doesn't fix the person. Tau protein is something that may be a precursor versus beta amyloid being a postcursor. So they're very excited about tau. I know a couple of businesses are doing radiographic tracers with tau as well. I'm not sure if they're preclinical or postclinical on that angle. So,
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Prater. Lots to think about, David. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have an online artificial intelligence major, Eric Adris with LMIX.
Have you ever known exactly what kind of music you want, but still find yourself scrolling trying to find it? Today, music platforms require too much manual interaction, even when users already know how they want to feel. People don't think in playlists, they think in moods, energy, and moments. My name is Eric Amo-Eje, and this is EIMIS, an AI-powered system that turns simple prompts into personalized audio experiences. Instead of searching, you just describe what you want to hear, and the system builds it for you. For example, I can interact with this application or the system directly. Here, I will give it a prompt, and I will enter play a calm late night Afro mix. Yep, and then submit it. And the system generates a personalized experience instantly. And within a few minutes, the music starts playing. And as you can hear from the background, the music already started playing. This creates seamless experience where users move from intention to listening in a simple step or a single step. The system also supports multiple modes, including music, ambient audio, and audiobooks, all within one platform. EIMIX works by taking users' input and processing it through intelligent systems and generating a dynamic output in real time. It's also designed for real-life situations like driving or studying, where users can interact hands-free and without distraction. For example, I can give a voice prompt, play a calming Afro mix for the drive home, and then, as you can hear from the background, the music will just start playing without any user interaction. EIMIS is not just a feature, it's a complete system for personalized audio experiences. Technology should not adapt to people. The technology should adapt to people and not the other way around. So instead of searching for what you want, imagine simply saying it and getting the perfect experience instantly. And that is EIMIS. Thank you.
All right, let's see if Eric is joining us virtually. Eric, are you in Zoom? Okay. And just as a summary, the online students have already completed the SIP project. And so if they are available, they can join us virtually. Otherwise, we offer comments. Professor Hinton.
Yeah, just a comment. I really like that you can do this at home, but you also have the hands-free option when you're driving. Great combination there.
Yes, I'm teaching my son how to drive right now, and hands-free is a must. Yes. Any other comments, questions? Dr.
So I just would want to know where it gets the music or where the AI gets the music from, because that's obviously there's licensing issues, things like that as well. So that's a big hurdle that would need to be overcome unless you incorporate it in your Spotify or Apple iTunes or whatever.
Any other questions, comments? All right, thank you very much, Eric. Next up, we have the last of our ACS AI Data Science and Human Computer Interaction with Fernando Trejo, an AI online student with CodeFit AI.
Imagine spending years and tens of thousands of dollars training for a career and then finding out too late that the work just isn't for you. It happens more than you think. Computer science has one of the highest dropout rates of any major, and even coding boot camps lose up to a third of their students before they graduate. And the reason is almost always the same. People commit before they ever find out whether they're a good fit. I'm Fernando Trejo, and I built CodeFit AI to flip that around. In plain terms, it's an online coding tutor that does something no single tool does today. Before it teaches you anything, it gives you an honest read on whether coding actually fits you, and then it teaches you with an AI mentor that reviews your real work, not pre-written hints. If you want to test the waters in tech today, your options are bad ones. You either pay for a course before you know it's right for you, or you stitch together free tutorials that hand you the answer the second you're stuck, so you never learn whether you can actually think through a problem. Neither one answers the question that matters most: is this for me? CodeFit AI is live today, and it starts with a short fit assessment. A few minutes of problem solving and work style questions, and you get a personal read on your strengths and the kinds of tech roles that tend to suit you. It's not a pass or fail, and it's not a lecture. It's an honest first look before you spent $1 or a semester. When we finish the assessment, lessons open up. There's a real beginner curriculum: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and when I pick a topic, the AI mentor introduces it. Right next to a live sandbox where I build and run the actual code. So what really makes it different is the AI roles. So if I switch to debugger, of course we're not going to want to copy and paste when we're beginners. But I can ask the AI after I run this code if my code is correct, and it should give me a response. So I'll ask the AI right now. So it gives me what I wrote, and I'm not getting a canned hint. The mentor reads the code I actually wrote and responds to it the way a real teacher would. And as I go, the curriculum checks off what I've finished every step of the way. The best part is it works on your phone too. A focused chat-only tutor you can use on a break anywhere, and you don't even have to type. I can just ask and hear the answer back. For someone testing whether this world is for them, that's about as low as the barrier gets. So we're gonna initiate the chat mode. The AI is gonna introduce itself, and then we'll be able to ask it anything we want by clicking this microphone button.
Left off. When you're ready to talk, click the microphone button and speak. Then click it again when you're finished. I'll reply out loud.
And here we go. Let's just give it something to work on. Thank you for helping me understand this lesson. I feel like I'm ready to move on. Where do you suggest I move on next? And it could just be my mobile data just a little bit slow.
Great job. You're ready to move on. 1. Definition. The next step after Hello World is usually learning how JavaScript stores information and makes decisions. 2. Key points. Start with variables, so you can save values like names and numbers. Then,
Just so
learn
you know, I'm
basic
not
data
faking
types, like
the
text and
voice
numbers.
here.
After that, try if statements to make your code choose what to do. These topics build on console.log and help you write more useful programs. 3. Example. JavaScript. Let name equals world. Console.log hello plus name plus. 4. Try this. In the editor, change world to your own name and run the code. If you want, I can guide you to the very next lesson. Variables.
That's nice. So everything follows you. All of your data, all the user's data. It doesn't even matter what device you're using. You can go to your laptop, your desktop, your mobile phone, it doesn't matter, and just pick up where you left off. Your account, your work, your progress, everything. So whether you're a student choosing a major, someone eyeing a switch into tech, or a school that wants a tool that builds a real skill, this is the honest first step. It tells you if the path fits you before you bet years and money on it, and then it helps you walk it. So here we are again, back to that person standing at the edge of an expensive decision, hoping they guessed right. They shouldn't have to guess. Steve Jobs once said everybody should learn to program a computer because it teaches you how to think. I believe that. But before you spend years finding out how it makes you think, you deserve to know whether it fits who you are. That's what I am building. CodeFit AI is live and working, and its next chapter turns that honest first read into a full roadmap from "Is this for me?" all the way to "I'm ready." So here's my challenge. The next time you or someone you love is about to bet years on a career, find out first. Don't find out the hard way. Thank you.
All right, I see if Fernando's joining us. Fernando, are you via Zoom? All right, comments for Fernando, Professor Hinton.
Yes, I've been watching you develop this for just over 3 years. And remember when you started it, the tutorial, there was no AI in it, and AI has grown. You've brought AI into it. So what a great job you've done, because it was great out 3 years ago. And we really need great JavaScript tutorials like this. Google pulled their Grasshopper JavaScript tutorial was really one of the best. And now I think this is actually one of the best. Another JavaScript tutorial that comes to mind, besides Google's, was Solo Code, and that it was great. And then there was so many advertisements as possible to use. So this is such a good replacement for both. Outstanding work.
Thank you, Professor Hinton.
Yeah, I'd just like to compliment, especially its interface design. I think it's really, really nice to have AI assistant right there with your workspace right next to it. Again, instead of having to like tap back and forth between you and ChatGPT. So I thought it definitely looks clean, very personalizable, customizable. So very well done.
Spoken like a true HCI. And something that I wanted to point out to Fernando is the fact that he relied on just a little bit of human suffering in the project. I think sometimes we just become way too lazy and complacent. We want everything done the easy way. And I think that there's beauty in just a little bit of struggle, because that helps us to learn and retain the information. So well done on that, Fernando. Don't spoon feed us. Please help us earn it the right way. Any other comments, questions? All right. Thank you, Fernando. So that concludes the ACS, AI, data science, and human-computer interaction. Now we're moving on to game. That includes game art and animation, game design, game programming, and virtual reality. Next up, we have Blythe Gross and Talon Meyer, game art and animation and advertising art majors with Synth-A-Sketch.
Every time you heard sound or music, you saw a beautiful color to go along with it. For example, upon hearing the riff of an electric guitar, a lot of people associate that with the color red. Others hear blue for Every time you heard sound or music, you saw a beautiful color to go along with it. For example, upon hearing the riff of an electric guitar, a lot of people associate that with the color red. Others hear blue for piano, or yellow for strings. There are many forms of this that all come back to the same thing. This experience is called synesthesia. Only 4% of the population have it, but a lot of people can also experience similar effects. Today I am going to show you how I innovated a game that shows synesthesia, specifically associating colors with sounds through a fun platforming game. My name is Blythe Gross, and this game is called Synth-A-Sketch. When trying to come up with ideas for my game to work on, I really wanted to make a fun, colorful, and immersive game, something that would get you hooked with great audio and visuals. In Synth-A-Sketch, you start with a black screen and a small backstory of the world. In a world drained of color, there is a dragon made of piano keys that waits. You need to gather the music notes scattered across the land as you bring in your own color to the world. Starting as a little sketched character in a sketched instrumental world, you traverse through the 3 different types of instruments: sketched, line, and rendered. With each step of music is more pops of color into the universe, all the while collecting music notes. When starting to make this game, it seemed daunting, but I planned out how I was going to execute this, and set out with my partner Talon Mayer to make a synesthesia-based game. Not only did we have to make our music and audios for the game, but we had to hand draw all of these assets going into it. We used Construct 3 to do all of the programming of the game, as well as use GarageBand to make the music. We drew out all of our assets in Procreate and implemented them into Construct. For animated scenes, we had to import each frame of animation. Finding the right blend of audio and visual was a challenge. Spending weeks locking ourselves in the same room, we used lots of resources to get the right composition. We had our friends put in their input into our game, as well as play test as we progressed to make sure everything was in order. I will now show some clips from the game with audio so that you can see it for yourself. The point of making this game, for me at least, was to be able to bridge a gap between audio and visual and bring this world to life. I think that seeing the world fun and creatively with color and music is very important, and that is my student innovation project.
Hello, my name is Talon Mayer. I'm going to be sharing my half of Synth-A-Sketch, the sketch part. The core idea behind my side of Synth-A-Sketch is that the player's progression isn't just represented by a level number or a skill tree. It's actually reflected in the game's art style. As the player grows stronger, the visuals of both the character and the world evolve alongside them. When you first begin the game, everything is rough and unfinished. The player is drawn as a loose sketch with messy lines, and the environment looks incomplete, hollow, and empty. As you continue playing and make progress, your character gradually changes. The lines become cleaner and more refined. Details are added, and eventually, color begins to appear. At the same time, the world around you transforms as well, such as obstacles and platforms. Instead of simply telling the player they've leveled up, the game lets them actually see and experience their growth. The main objective of the game is to restore the world to its full potential. Every action the player takes contributes to bringing life back into the environment. As areas are restored, the world reacts to your progress by filling with color and becoming more vibrant. But the changes aren't just visual. Since music is such a major theme of our project, the world also responds through sound. As players interact with the environment, it plays music back to them, making it feel like the world is coming back to life alongside the player. The combination of evolving visuals and interactive music creates a much stronger sense of progression than a traditional leveling system. One of the biggest challenges people assume we faced was creating multiple versions of every asset in the game. Since every object exists as a sketch, line art, and fully rendered color version, it sounds like we would have had to create 3 completely separate assets for everything, which could be a lot. Thankfully, our workflow made this much easier than it sounds. For example, when I created animations, I would first make the rough sketch. Then, once I was happy with it, I'd save that version. Then instead of starting over, I would trace over my own animation, but with cleaner lines. That became our second version. Finally, I continued refining the artwork by adding color and additional details to create the finished final version. The same process worked for almost every asset in the game. We would create the sketch version, save it, and simply continue improving the exact same artwork. Instead of creating completely different assets, we were really just creating one and building it up. By saving each stage along the way, we ended up with 3 usable versions while only doing the work once. This workflow saved a significant amount of development time while also keeping the artistic style consistent throughout the project. We developed SyntheSketch using the program Construct 3. We already had access to the software, which meant we had unlimited events available to us. That allowed us to focus on building gameplay systems and experimenting with mechanics instead of worrying about technical limitations. Construct 3 also made it easy to prototype ideas quickly, which was especially helpful during the development process. Overall, SyntheSketch is about making player progression feel meaningful in a way that players can immediately see and hear. Instead of just unlocking stronger abilities or watching a number increase, players actively restore a broken world. Their character becomes more refined, the environment grows more vibrant, and the music evolves as the world comes back to life. Our goal was to create a progression system where the art itself tells the story of growth. Every improvement the player makes is reflected visually and musically, making them feel like they're not just leveling up, they're bringing creativity, life, and potential back to the world. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about SyntheSketch.
Wow, Blythe and Talon, well done. Okay, questions, comments, Professor H.
Yeah, there's a part of me that really loves the concept of the game. Coming back to that idea of synesthesia, seeing colors or having senses map onto other senses. It reminds me of a project, in the 90s, Rez, which is a similar game, kind of like a rhythm-based, shooter game, like unreal shooter game, that takes that concept of synesthesia. But it's interesting because that concept is more like a cyber world. This is really like an artist's game project in terms of just like that metaphor of like again that process of starting with a sketch and then developing that into like a finalized art asset. I just think that the metaphor of that is really cool. So I think it's a good project and for the presentation as well.
Professor Raylan?
This came together really well. I remember looking at the video, I was like, man, this is or at least like the early parts of it, I was like, it's interesting with people working on like the same set here. And I'm like, it works. So, and you guys both came up with very different ideas of what you want from this, and you guys kind of put them together with some really love your game art, by the way. If you guys are wondering what the vote was for the best show. But either way, I like what both of you guys have done here. It came together really well. I just have a question about where do you kind of want to take more of this idea? Are you thinking more of I saw some of the stuff that didn't get in. Are you guys continuing with this, or is it just going to be like a something you guys just want to work on every so often?
I think honestly, I would probably come back to it in the future if I had a chance to like, progress it, make it, refine it, make it better. If we ever want to actually make it into a game, see. For now, I'm gonna probably leave it just while I'm in, the rest of the classes, but as of right now, I'll leave it, but maybe come back to it.
And also, don't downplay the asset creation part. He says like this is one thing, and then do it over again. The thing is, what you're doing right now is a project for concept. Start off with the sketch, then they have to redraw it using the same print you have, and then they have to redraw it again using the same print they have, but this time different renders and stuff. Don't downplay that, man. That takes work, man. You did good.
It is a lot of stuff, but it's also like when you're just doing something up for free, like you're building a frame and stuff. It's like the natural process, but it is still a lot of work.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Dr. Bagodi?
Everything is cool when you're part of a team.
Yes.
Talk to us about that dynamic.
We just worked very well together. I had a lot of fun making this project, and we collaborated well, figured out what our two sides of it was going to be, and came together pretty. It took a lot of work, but it came together pretty easily for us to work together.
I love that. I think that it is such an important reflection of the work that we do just professionally. So kudos to you guys for working through challenges of teamwork-based efforts, but also producing something so significant and worthwhile.
Thank you.
Talon Blythe, I have a comment for you because with the exponential rise of AI, this was a perfect example of how human-centric, human-created content is beautiful. And I think it just reminds us that it doesn't always have to be realistic. It could just be fun and fundamental to what is passionate between both of you. So I commend you for, just circumventing the whole AI and just producing something out of your interest and love for beauty. So I think it came out beautiful. Thank you. Well done. All right. Well done. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Game Art Animation major Noah Gilliland with Mystic Decorator.
Hi, welcome to Mystic Decorator. This is a multi-themed room decoration game offering full freedom to the player and developers for a wider range of creative freedom, diversifying the project from other creators. There are multiple iterations of this project, starting from a dorm decoration game, to a fantasy decorator, to Mystic Decorator. Mystic Decorator is the current innovation. My closest competitor is My Fantasy Realm. They were developed by this team taking their own name. There are several differences between the two projects, such as mine using Unreal Engine 5, offering multiple themes, and being completely low poly, along with being first-person computer that are isometric. My project offers a wide variety through the use of multiple themes, allowing for easier expansion and development pathways, all the while giving players a lot of freedom in combining the themes, and first-person perspective gives a different and more unique way to play decorators. I have 3 themes: fantasy, sci-fi, and oceanic. Here's my gameplay. I'm going to start off the gameplay loop by showing off how my grab works and the teleportation mechanics that players can use to play the game, move objects around, and really customize their space. It took me a considerable amount of time to get it right, but once I did, being able to teleport and move these objects around freely with the rotation made the game much more accessible and playable. Now then, I'm going to be going to the sci-fi decoration room. This one offers multiple different furnishings compared to the other ones, such as a sofa, a coffee table, and a floating table, along with a shelf and a terrarium. I also custom made all my assets for Mystic Decorator and made custom textures. I also had to go back within Unreal and also remake all of the collisions, as I had initial problems with the collision boxes, as they would cause clipping and floating objects that I did not want to be floating. Also, I have 2 floors to my oceanic theme, and within the video, I will be making use of the top floor, which was the most difficult to make use of, but I say it's my favorite of them all. And now, because the teleportation had it land sideways, I had to fix the rotation of this object before putting it up. And here are some blueprints. This will be a short overlook, but basically, F is how I grab objects. I needed event tick so that it would always register. X is to delete objects. D is to copy. And this is for teleportating grab objects. There are others, but those are the most important. This game does have practical use cases, and that stems from the dorm decorator. And my timeline goes from a planning phase to concept art to modeling, texturing, layouts, and blueprinting to finalization. And that is my project, Mystic Decorator.
All right, Noah, comments or questions for Noah? Professor Raylan.
I like the main idea here. I know there's like a bunch of different games, but I just like the main idea here that you can bring in so many like tons of different spots. I remember when you first came up with it, you did start out with like a pretty easy idea. I'm like, but it's got to have a little more to it. And you start bringing into like, what if we added sci-fi pieces? What if we added a whole bunch of other things, like other genres, and just put them all together so you can decorate it however you want, like a whole bunch of different things. And I was like, you know what? That's not that bad. So I kind of like how this came out too, with just basically all the things you can kind of throw in here, a bunch of different scenes where you can grab stuff from, and then bring it into like the one scene you want everything to be kind of like a combination of. So I thought it was just a cool idea how it all came together. So great job, man.
Professor H.
So a couple questions. With the assets they have in the game for, I guess, staging those decorations, that's fine. Do players have the option of importing their own assets into the project?
I do want to make it so that players can import their own assets, as that would further help the idea that this gives a lot more creative freedom to the players to develop their own areas.
Okay. And then I understand that Unreal also has features that kind of support like architecture projects. Were you making use of any of those tool sets for this project specifically, or just like base, like making a game in Unreal and using that in the project?
I hadn't known that Unreal had any engineering capabilities, so I probably would have implemented them to the project, as before I came to UAT, I was an engineer, and so there's my modeling skill set I did want to apply for this.
Councilor Samara?
One to, first of all, great job, congrats. I wanted to commend you for what you were discussing with, you noticed that some of the movement of the objects, a little bit floppy and leaving things floating. I noticed immediately when you put that first table in the corner during the gameplay, I was like, oh, that was smooth. That was so good. We often see in SIP presentations that specifically moving a table towards a wall, it often goes through the wall, or it disappears a little bit. So I just wanted to compliment you on noticing that detail, paying attention to it, fixing it, because I noticed it. It was great.
Yeah, it took many hours.
I can tell. I can tell. Great work.
No, I do have a question for you. What would you say was the greatest challenge and how did you overcome it?
It actually came down to the way the pivots interacted with the physics handle. As most of the objects, when they imported into the project, the pivot was off-centered, and so when the physics handle would interact with the objects, it would cause odd collision impacts, which would cause clipping and other things. That was my for biggest hurdle to overcome, and I didn't realize it until much later.
Well, thank you for not giving up. Any other comments, questions? All right, Noah, thank you very much. All right, next up, we have an online game art and animation major, Taylor Henson, with farming, F-A-R-ming.
Let's be for real. Most field trips are forgettable. You're on a long bus ride. It's hot, a little smelly, no signal to listen to music, and you're mostly just walking around trying to stay interested. But what if instead of just observing, students could actually interact with what they're learning? My name is Taylor Henson, and my project Farming uses augmented reality to make agriculture education interactive. According to agriculture educational research, most students are disconnected from where their food comes from. They eat bacon, but they've never really seen a real pig up close. They drink milk, but may never have encountered a dairy cow. This disconnect matters because agriculture is a multi-billion-dollar industry that impacts food security, environmental sustainability, and our economy. Making agriculture education engaging isn't just about making learning fun. It's about connecting students to systems that affect their daily lives. This project uses AR to place animated 3D farm animals into the real world through a mobile device, making learning more immersive. I started off by modeling the pig in Blender, focusing on anatomical accuracy while keeping the design stylized, approachable for students. The model was built with clean topology, proper edge flow, and quad-based geometry to ensure it would deform correctly during animation. I then unwrapped the UVs, organizing them as efficiently as possible so that the textures would be or could be applied without distortion. I then imported this into Substance Painter, and then I created custom textures to give the pig a more realistic materials and color variation. And finally, I rigged the model with a bone system, allowing for natural movement and animation. Here is the animated walk cycle and idle loop. And here's the experience in action. You can see the pig placed in 3 different real-world locations. Users walk around it, get close, and watch the animations play in their actual environment. This video shows the image tracking feature. When users scan a specific image, it triggers an educational video content about pigs or other animals that would be on site. Users would also be able to tap the pig to get quick educational facts, making learning active rather than passive. If most field trips are forgettable, maybe we just haven't made them immersive enough yet. This project demonstrates how AR can bridge the gap between passive observation and active learning. Students aren't just looking at information, they're experiencing it on their own environment, which creates a stronger memory connections and deeper engagement with the subject matter. Farming turns learning into experience, and that's what makes education stick. Thank you.
All right, let's see if Taylor's joining us via Zoom. Taylor, are you there? All right, comments for Taylor. Professor Raylan.
Really hard, yeah, AR to show in a lot of these in like DSM, because that's probably like the best thing you can do in a visual way for AR, and it came out pretty dang sweet. I like how the model came out. I'm a sucker for good pathology, so yay. But yeah, the model came out good. The fun fact part was also pretty cool. I actually, he told me about that part. I didn't know he would have a video part of it too. And I was like, oh, okay, all right. But yeah, it came out pretty cool, man. And I can definitely see that being used in a lot of like field trips. He was talking about it being implemented in that. So yeah, man, great work.
Yeah, I also like the fact that he was, persistent on having it anatomically correct. So it symbolizes a real animal. I'm just curious how many children are going to become vegetarians after this. Professor A?
Yeah, for me, I think this is an interesting project. For me, I think that probably the most interesting aspect of it, or innovative aspect, is the AR portion of it. So that's why, from a game art perspective, I can understand why there'd be a lot of emphasis on how we actually the pig model itself. I'm more curious about the AR tool that was used and what development went into actually getting that set to come to life. So I'm also curious about that. And that also probably could have helped the production of minimal viable product as well, because there are lots of great assets that aren't available to use for kit bashing purposes, or just to have some proof of concept. So not spending as much time on and creating the model, UV mapping, breaking the model, and more so focusing on that interactive environment for that immersive factor. So that's, for me, I'm very curious about the AR aspect of it. I'd like to get input, but that's not possible right now. But overall, it's an interesting project.
I like the fact that it capitalizes on the fact that many of the kids already have smartphone devices. So instead of just entertainment, it's educational. So hopefully a better option of how to use it. Any other comments or questions? Dr. Fraser.
I wish that he had used the inquiry assignment training that's been pushed here at UAT to provide some sort of a resource for how much an interactive environment would improve education. Giving a paper instead of just throwing it out at the end, saying, it's been proven that it improves it, 15 to 25% or something like that. And because we've really taken a stand on pushing inquiry assignments and looking things up, I just wish he did that a little bit.
I'm sure Professor Bellinger agrees. All right, thank you very much. Taylor? All right, we are right on time to take a quick little 10-minute break, stretch your legs, grab some water. Remember that we will still show the QR code throughout the day so that way you can vote for people's choice. So we will come back in exactly 10 minutes. So please stretch your legs, grab some water, and we'll see you back in just a bit.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Summer 2026 Student Innovation Project Showcase. I, along with Professor Sharon Bowman, are continuing the presentations for this semester's 6 students. So thank you again for all of you that joined us earlier this morning and earlier this afternoon. Thank you again for your focused attention. So we're going to continue with our game art, game design, and game programming and virtual reality students. Next up, we have Terry Flink, our game art and animation online student with 3.
Have you ever spent hours and hours of time during the holidays making holiday cards? Taking picture after picture and then spending even more time editing them? For some people, they don't even end up using the cards they make. Maybe because they took too much time and now they can't send them out, or they just don't like the way they ended up. If this is you, then Dreamy is for you. It's simple. All it takes is uploading your photo, selecting your theme or holiday you want, and clicking a button. And you'll get your holiday themed picture. I'm Carrie Flink, a game art and animation major. DreamMe is a web-based photo editing application that allows you to quickly create themed photos. Instead of using complicated and expensive editing software, you can create your very own festive photo with just a few steps. When you open DreamMe, the first step is to upload your photo. You have 2 options to do so. The first is by clicking on the Drop Image Here box and selecting a picture file from your computer. If you don't want to use this photo or you uploaded the wrong one, you can easily change it by clicking the Choose New Photo button. The second option to upload your photo is to drag and drop your photo into the Drop Image Here box from your File Explorer. Once you upload your photo, you choose one of the 4 themes available: Valentine's, Christmas, New Year's, or Halloween. Once you select a theme, you click the Dream It button in the bottom left corner and it automatically places a design of the selected theme over the photo. And if you don't like the design, you can press the Dream It button again for a different one. And it does it as many times as you need it. This goes for all of the themes. You select one, click the Dream It button, and it automatically changes the design to the selected theme, even if you already had one chosen. And you can easily change the design again over and over. Once you have your picture and theme sorted out, you have the option to customize even more, such as adjusting the brightness, the contrast, and the saturation. You can also add a color overlay to your picture. Once enabled, you can change the color using the bar and box next to it. The bar adjusts the opacity or how light the color is on the picture. For now, I added the red. There's also the option to add any text you want. You type in the letters and words into the box. Change the font using the drop down, as well as the color using the box, and the text size using the bar. Once everything is how you want it, you would click the Add Text button and it automatically adds the text to your picture. You can also move the text around and put it anywhere on the page. Once the image is exactly how you want it, you can download it by using the download button that appears in the bottom right corner. Once you have it downloaded, you can then use it for whatever you want. Holiday cards, social media posts, you name it. So in the event you find yourself trying to create the perfect holiday card, remember it doesn't have to be that complicated. With Dreamy, all it takes is one photo, one theme, and one click to create your perfect holiday card. So instead of spending all that time making those holiday cards, you spend it actually taking your time enjoying the holidays.
All right, let's see if Carrie's joining us in Zoom. Carrie, are you there? All right, comments for Carrie. Professor Raylin.
So I do like how this came together. It's just a lot of the I know there's a ton of other programs that kind of do this. I think there's more of a specific hyper use case for this one. Is what I kind of feel like. Like you know, if you're using Photoshop, so of course you have to pay for the thing and all that stuff. And then you know, Rock, yeah, good luck trying to get it exactly. Retype your prompt 10 more times and see if he gets it the right way. Can you make it a little brighter, right? And then there's a lot of stuff with that. I like the hyper use case in this one, where it's like you're looking for something specific, you can find it right in there. That's kind of what I like about this whole idea, is that you don't really get the exact thing you're looking for when you're trying to make a lot of this other stuff. But using this, it kind of gives you that specific case where you're looking for something, you're able to edit the photo right there, all that sort of stuff, no re-prompt types and all that stuff. And you get basically what you want. So I thought that was a cool idea with this.
One question I had for Carrie is, when you upload your image and modify it, download it back to your own drive, does it store it on an external server cloud that you can access that image again, or is it automatic just downloaded to your own desktop? So that's the question that I would have for Carrie. And
say what format you're downloading and uploading it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just choose format.
Yeah, because typically in applications that are more open source like Canva, you know, it stores it, it keeps it there, so that way you can access it over and over again.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions for Carrie? Ellie.
My main thing would be if there's a way to kind of combine themes or different loadouts of the theme, because I noticed that for like the Halloween one, there were, you know, different templates like blood, pumpkins, like if there's a way to combine the two, or if you just have to save one and upload that image again and then
Yes. Definitely something for Carrie to consider. All right, thank you very much, Carrie. All right, next up we have our game art and animation major, Alex Marrero, with a clockwork heart.
Hi, my name is Alex Marrero. I'm a student at the University of Advancing Technology, and my major is game art and animation. What I want to do is I want to go over my student innovative project, a clockwork heart. My innovation was to create a VR experience that ties the emotional state of a game's character directly into the core gameplay mechanics, using emotion as something more than just a narrative tool. And I took direct inspiration from The Last Guardian, Journey, and Gris. Most of my inspiration did come from Gris, because in Gris, the gameplay is very reflective of what the emotion the character is experiencing. In Gris, the emotions allow you to unlock powers and change the entire gameplay, and this is what I hope to achieve. So when I first started my idea, I really wanted to get down the environment because I wanted to invoke emotion in the player. So in the gods world, I made sure to make it all very big so that they would feel a sense of astonishment. And within the humans world, I really wanted to make it feel cozy. So I took my time trying to make it feel lived in, like someone actually was spending time there. After finishing the layout, I immediately started working on a finalized product, which is what you're seeing right now. I would make all my objects, all my assets in Maya and bring them over to Substance Painter to manually paint them. I wanted to create a stylized sensation. And once I finished all the objects within the cabin, I finally started to move to the outside, which is the environment. I first started with a simple texture of the grass, which was repeating, nothing new. From there, I created a TCG scatter map. This way, when I changed the model, everything changed. A double-edged sword, but in my case, it worked for me. After creating that TCG, all I did was make a negative box so I could isolate the cabin. And in the future, if I needed to add anything on for the player to walk to, I could. And it'd be as simple as a duplicate negative box. And after finally finishing everything that I needed with the humans world, I would finally be able to move on to the gods world. In the gods world, I wanted to go for a grand effect, so I tried my best to make everything feel tall so that the player would have no other option but to look up. And in the gods world, the one thing that should catch the player's attention, the world's dome, but unfortunately, due to time constraints, the world's dome was simplified to nothing but a live camera feed and an HDRI, but I had hoped to achieve a miniature diorama. After all said and done, once I finished the modeling aspects, I was able to move forward and finally finish the coding aspects. Here, I struggled quite a bit because I was clearly underprepared for this. I had zero to little knowledge regarding, but moving past that hurdle, once all conditions were met, the player would be able to cast a wave that would stun enemies and allow the player to attack them with ease, with a specific motion of their hands. This was a big thorn in my side because there weren't many tutorials that described what I was looking for, but after some trial and error, I was finally able to get it down. But otherwise, the player would only be able to use this wave power if all conditions were met. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his own combat prowess. Here, I have a short demonstration of what the player was capable of doing in the current world, although there were plans to make it a lot more story-driven and have separate areas that they could travel along to. But to get back on topic, this was just a short demonstration of the gameplay which was currently available to the player. They would be able to pick up a sword and attack their enemies. But should they want the power to cast waves and stun their enemies, the method behind that was by being able to switch to their god counterpart. Once the player was in the god realm, he would be able to mix these conditions that affect the humans world down below. This would range from the wilt of the trees, the sun's brightness, the storm, the fog, and a small blue filter to give it a weeping effect. After fulfilling all these conditions, once he returned, he would be able to grab the floor and push away from his chest to send a wave towards his enemies, stunning them, allowing them to have an easier time attacking. The plan was to be able to mix everything together by having items that he can throw into the world dome. But for simplicity's sake, I made it something simple like a GUI that is toggable, but nonetheless, without the right conditions, the player wouldn't be able to use any of his power. Here you can see me actively messing with the GUI controls, and although you can't see the wilt changing from the god's point of view, you most certainly can see the storm, clouds forming and disappearing as I shift the slider back and forth. Now by design choice, I made it so all the effects didn't particularly affect the god, but when they switch over to the human, it does. For example, the blue filter effect and the fog. Now as we load up back into the human world, you'll actually be able to see everything that's changed. All the trees are bent over, they're wilting, you can hear the storm raining, and there's that blue filter I was talking about, making it feel a lot gloomier than it actually is. And with all the conditions met, we're finally able to cast that blue wave that stuns our enemies. Now, this wave was only capable when all the conditions were met, and as we revert back everything to their original state, you'll notice that we are no longer capable of casting that wave, which was something that I definitely struggled with because It wasn't something readily available on YouTube, so I had to make an amalgamation of multiple YouTube tutorials to get this effect. Which this finally brings us to the end. And on this journey, I learned so many things. For example, what to sacrifice to make the quota. At the beginning of this, I was very optimistic in what I was able to achieve, but as I started working on it, I realized I was thinking way too big with the time I had. But regardless of that, thank you for watching. My name is Alex Marrero, and I hope you enjoyed my innovation.
All right, Alex. Questions, comments for Alex? Professor Raven?
But man, this thing came along really well. It's always nice seeing how like everybody's stuff started from like, not really a lot to just going full on like this. So when you showed me the storm system, I was like, well, that's actually pretty cool. But the sound just pushes it up over the top, which is all in like the polish. So great work on like polishing this thing up, making it look really presentable because it ended up looking really awesome. Nice work.
Thank you, yeah. I really wanted to make sure the sound system was working because it was definitely the cherry on top to make it more immersive.
Professor Martha?
Yeah, so number one, Gris. Oh my gosh, the game's so amazing, right? Gameplay wise, narrative, graphics, everything. If you guys haven't played it, you really need to. So that is a great inspiration. I like how, because your idea was based in narrative, your video was kind of like that. You did a good job kind of building a narrative about how you got to the process. I will admit you did get a little confusing towards the end about why this was doing this and why we were doing things. And I think it's in part because you want to do so much and you had to cut it down that it got to a point where maybe, you just didn't get to fill in all the little blanks that would have made everything connect a little better. But it's a good thing that you're ambitious, but obviously these are the things that sometimes we run into. We want to do awesome stuff. And so I would ask you, what is your intention to keep working on this? Because I do encourage you to. What intention do you have to keep working on this, and where do you want to go with this project?
So I want to start making it more like right now we just have a small demo area that the player can explore, but I do hope to achieve like at least like a chapter 1 of the entire story where the player has something to explore and to have a goal, because right now you're just kind of messing around in a demo world, nothing really happens.
Well, I'm impressed that you did all that because you, again, saying you're a game art student, you did design, you did art, and you did programming. So that was an impressive kind of combination of things together. And so, yeah, what you created is pretty awesome. Good job.
Thank you.
That's right.
Just to follow up with Professor Markwitt, I would agree that the scope of the project is very impressive, and I think that what's on display is really interesting. I just want to, for my edification, I think just if you can, in a sentence, kind of restate what the innovation claim is for this project, just to help me better understand, I think that'd be very helpful.
To basically summarize everything, I wanted to have the emotions directly affect the gameplay of the character. Right now, I was only able to do like sadness, where he was able to send a wave that stunned enemies, but originally I had planned to implement like joy, where he gets super speed, or nostalgia, where he can slightly rewind time. So I just wanted to make the emotions correlate to something that the player would be able to use as a tool to complete whatever story mission I gave them.
Gotcha.
Well, like to go with that theme, I mean, it sounds like a very intriguing innovation. I've never played a game of that mentality, especially in VR. But I guess are you seeing like each level would enhance, like the emotions could be the character, not necessarily the player, correct?
It's okay. It's because I had to strip it down to bare bones. But originally, what I had planned was that there would be a hidden karma system that would determine what type of variant superpower you would get. If the actions in the game were corresponding to good, you would unlock joy. But if the actions were bad in that specific level, you would get manic, where it's the same side of the same coin, but it's the bad version where it's not exactly healthy for you, but it's something that you unlock. Because throughout the game, the story behind it was that it was a doll that was created by a toy maker, and due to some reasons, the toy maker died. So the doll would go on a journey to try and bring them back, but along the way, they would unlock emotions to help them achieve their journey.
You're going with like an open world style where the player has choices of being good or evil.
Not super open world, because I did have chapters and it was just going to determine based on karma. But this is the most I was able to get done in a month.
Understand? It's a very grand vision. So yes, please keep working on it.
Comment?
Yeah. Why were me this? Did you learn anything new? Anything that was too hard to help you first?
Coding. Oh my goodness, the bane of my existence. Coming into it, I had zero coding experience with Unreal. It's a miracle I got this working. I mean, I'm just honest with you. It's probably, once you see the coding behind it, it's probably really inefficient, but I don't have the skill set to see that. So for all I know, it's the worst code you'll ever see.
Done.
And I ditto that as well, because let's just say the argument, the coding in my end also not as great as well. I use construct. Even my scripts, even my construct sheets were not the best as well.
I'm glad we're all on the same page regarding coding.
Well, Alex, I commend you for overcoming that adversity and producing something beautiful after all. So congratulations. Thank you. All right, next up we have Elizabeth Ruthenberg, game art and animation major with glimpses in time.
How many of you can name a fact about an extinct animal? How many of you can name a critically endangered animal and one thing about it? Many animals from Earth's past are being forgotten or turned into monsters. Hi, my name is Ellie Rothenberg, and my student innovation project, Glimpses in Time, aims to be the first stepping stone to educate players about these ancient animals and remind them that these animals were just that, animals rather than monsters. There are dinosaur simulator games such as Path of Titans, amusement park simulators like Prehistoric Kingdom, and even horror games like The Lost Wild that all feature dinosaurs in one way or another. Still, these games provide either a surface-level understanding of these ancient animals or just paint them as monsters. It is in more recent media, such as Prehistoric Planet, that these animals are provided with the space to be animals, rather than basic slasher monsters. What I have here is more of a proof of concept than a fully fleshed out game. A full game would feature dinosaurs and animals from various time periods. One level would feature a Velociraptor and Tarbosaurus from the late Cretaceous epoch, while the following level would feature a Stegosaurus and Allosaurus from the late Jurassic period. And so on. Now, I am by no means a programmer, so there was plenty of trial and error when it came to bringing this game together. Hence why I chose Construct, since it's not that program heavy of a software. That does not mean that there were no setbacks. While Construct 3 had its challenges, nothing was more frustrating and/or annoying than the editing process for this project. The version of Construct 3 that I used had a limited number of actions, a number that was not enough for what I wanted, resulting in separating the game into 2 separate projects. Finding workarounds and using other smoke and mirror tactics to bring 2 separate projects together in one video was a good practice in problem solving. The video editing process as a whole was an annoying task filled with audio issues, video file corruption, and OBS being janky. I guess that oh-so-familiar curse that bestowed itself upon me wanted to rear its ugly head one last time. Now imagine other, more recently extinct or endangered animals having their own in-depth level to raise awareness in the future. Special thanks to Raylan Watson-Davis, Professor Valenzuela, Dominic Amando Chamando, and family and pets.
All right, Ellie, Professor Marquette.
Got in first. So Ellie, how does somebody so young have that nostalgia feature to get us to go back right here, like Mark back here going, oh, you know, like these games that like when we were younger. I think you did a pretty good job of kind of pulling in that nostalgia feel. And I've seen you mostly in my 3D classes, so I didn't know this little 2D skill that you got over here that's going on. I think in general it looked really good. It felt fun. Though this again kind of falls in that idea of like sometimes it's really hard to innovate in art, so you end up doing, we see with everyone else, programming and design work and stuff in there. But right now, I saw that part of what you're trying to do is to get these, you know, these certain, you know, extinct animals to be more understood as an animal than, as you said, a monster. I see that you had some text on the screen that tried to help us with little facts. Did you have any other intentions of, you know, kind of giving people information or teaching people, you know, about these extinct animals other than like little cards on the bottom? What were you planning on doing that might have been bigger than that?
The initial plan was to have them be like pop-ups, like when the player did like a certain action or got a certain item or something, then that would pop up. But time constraints and limited knowledge on programming and content kind of made it so, okay, I'm just gonna have it pop up when it gets to a certain area or follow the player for a certain bit. So it was just kind of just whichever was the easiest to go for. I hate saying that, but it did kind of become that.
Professor Raylan?
Great work on putting this together, and everything looked like it came out really well. I have a real question: where do you see? I know this is like educational, but where do you see you would put this in terms of like your demographic for what you give this? Would you give to like a younger audience, schools? What kind of places is do you kind of be?
The original demographic was for, sorry, were you not done?
I don't know, I was done.
Okay. The original demographic was intended for younger kids, mainly going to say museums or something, because museums, let's be real, they are fairly boring for younger kids. So having like a game option where they can still learn about, you know, the subjects or animal fossils that are in these museums and kind of get them engaged in this and that was the initial demographic. But also, you know, branching out to having it be available in schools and
all that other stuff it's a pretty nice spot, yeah.
Interesting.
I was just saying with the educational factor of the gamification, my recommendation is like with the facts popping up, that's to make sure that they actually are like essentially assimilating that information. At the end of the level, you should quiz them in order for them to pass the level. They have to regurgitate what they saw, or like they have to tell you, they have to say like what the velociraptor size or the speed is or the chomp rate, and that way you can replayability, but also they have to learn in order to move on.
Great suggestion.
So what Dr. Smith is talking about, they call it an exit ticket when you're in education, which is very commonly used. Real quick, just a couple, like in the cave, you had the piece of rock fall down and then go back up. What's the physics?
Don't ask.
Literally just, okay, how do I get this to fall at a certain time? I was.
Well, the fall's okay. I'm cool.
I don't know why.
Magnetism.
I don't know why it kept going up, but I tried like a bunch of trial and error. I spent like a whole day trying to get it to be like, okay, fall at this certain time. Fall when you hit this spawn thing or this trigger, and it just filled up my event sheet. So I was like, okay, screw it, let's have it be a sprite thing.
Okay.
Turn into a rhythm game.
And then just to last, so like when you did length and height, what you should have done is have like the height show up next to the creature, so it shows like height and length like that, so that it becomes spatially oriented and you know what creature you're talking about. So it's when you do the big Tyrannosaurus Rex or whatever, there's a hazard associated with gathering that information. And then the last thing too, you should have had like Marquette or someone go rah, 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 when the Tyrannosaurus Rex is munching, something like that.
That's a great point.
It's an accurate depiction of that noise.
I could have just gone Mark to do all the voice acting.
You think that they look the most like Nintendo or
Super NES?
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. That reminded me like the Lion King game.
Professor H.
Yeah, I just want to say, again, for me, I think that this is a cool project because it's, again, in line with that gamification idea, trying to apply game art for purposes of educating people on, to your point, just like knowing about animals. So I think that itself justifies it for me as an MA thing. I think just to follow up on Professor Martin's point about how he presents the content or how he just like portray the actual information that maybe we can quiz later on. Just thinking about like fun, more interesting ways of doing that. Maybe the dinosaurs can be like individual characters with their own personalities and not actually talking, but just like some speech bubbles or even like thought bubbles that are using that to convey the information in a fun way. So it's a little bit more memorable. So just other like kind of thinking about the narrative behind the product as well. But overall, I think the pixel art itself is very cool. Clearly, a lot of effort went into that. That aspect are definitely nice, I think.
Your product placement idea is spot on too. Museums, like education, would be kind of a pain in the school systems, but like for museums or for the more, as you nicely put it, boring places for children, it would work really well.
Yeah. Lots to think about. Thank you, Ellie. Well done. All right, next up we have Christopher Sarzinski, game art and animation major with All Art Sketchbook.
In life, there are only 3 guarantees: death, taxes, and a senior innovation project from the University of Advancing Technology. Now, when that third guarantee of life came at me a little earlier than either of us would have wanted, I decided to overcome this great life obstacle by making a sketchbook. Now, my name is Chase Starzinski. And let me explain. But wait, before I explain what this project actually does, let me help you understand something about artists. You see, good artists practice with different tools and different art mediums in order to get better. which, as you can imagine, leads to them having to use different sketchbooks, which, if we head to the math board over here, with the average cost of a good quality sketchbook being $20, if an art student wants to practice just 2 separate art mediums, then they have to pay $40, just about $40 on average for these sketchbooks, which, if we're putting in McDonald's terms, is about 8 double cheeseburgers. Now you're probably asking yourselves, why don't they just buy one sketchbook that has the paper that they need for the different art mediums? Because that doesn't exist. It's not a thing. In all my research and all my findings, I have not found a single multi-sectional sketchbook that uses different paper for the sections. So naturally, I created that. I used 5 different types of paper for 4 different art tools, and then one of the paper being for mixing them together with mixed media. Upon thinking further of what I could do to make this even more innovative, I decided that I would add guides between each section that also helps you identify what section you're about to use, and also helps give tips as to how to use the art tools for this paper. Upon further thinking and feedback, I realized that I would have to go outside of my comfort zone to innovate even further. To which I then looked at adding code or some sort of website to work in tandem with the sketchbook that can allow students to edit the work that they just made digitally as well. Now, coding is not my forte at all. I had no experience in it. But despite that, I spent months learning how to code and came up with a website that could be used with the sketchbook as well. So, how does this sketchbook work? First, you obviously draw on it. Draw whatever little stick figure, any type of thing you want. Could be complex, could be, a little doodle, doesn't matter. Draw. Second thing you do is you take a picture. Take a picture of the drawing you just made, and then scan the QR code. When you scan the QR code, it will take you to the website where then you can digitally edit the image. How you do so is that you will click the upload image button once you're on the website, which will upload your image, and then you hit the green convert button. When you click that button, that is essentially what will turn your image from a physical drawing into a digital one. Now that you have that drawing there, you can choose to use the brush or eraser tools to add on to it, and then save the drawing or just hit the clear button to get rid of it altogether. So, just a recap of the sketchbook. It has 5 different sections with 5 different types of paper to use different art tools for. Each of those sections comes with a guide on how to use those art tools and tips on how to make your art better. And on top of that, it comes with a website that you can then use to make your physical work digital and then edit that as well. Combine that all together and you get the All Art Sketchbook. Now I know even after explaining all of that you guys will probably have some questions in the audience. So while you guys ask those questions or raise any concerns, I actually brought the notebook with me so that you guys can try it out for yourselves. So you guys can pass it around, draw in it, take pictures, and test out the app on your phone or the website on your laptops as well if you brought them. But yeah, feel free to test it out yourself while you guys ask your questions. Thank you so much for listening, and bye.
All right, questions for Christopher? Professor Margaret.
First of all, very funny. Good job. That obviously for me, that it always gets me into it. You had a great presentation leading up to it. It's kind of interesting because I know I just talked about how sometimes it's very hard for a art, student to do something within that field. This one feels like you've legitimately got something within the field of art, right? As a SIP. And I think the other misconception that we often have is that a SIP needs to be something complex. This isn't wholly complex. It's fairly simple idea, but the thing is, it works, right? And you're solving a problem that, exist. And sometimes, like I said, innovation is not just as simple as, like, oh, I've come up with this thing that blows everyone's mind. It's taking things that kind of already exist, putting them together in a way no one ever thought about, and they go, wait a minute, that just makes sense. Right? And I think you did a great job of kind of combining those things and making it work. And especially with the digital element, because I thought in my mind, like, oh, what do you have QR codes in there to scan? And then you're like, oh, I have a QR code that you can. I'm like, oh my goodness, he's thought of all these things, right? So I appreciate that. I think you put a good effort into thinking that thing. And I like, again, that you say, hey, not only am I going to pass it around, but you guys can go check it out right now. So that's one of those, it feels very complete. So I do appreciate that as well. That was awesome.
Yes, Professor H.
I'm just curious what happens if you decide to upload images to the website that you haven't necessarily drawn that sketchbook. Was I able to tell or applying a different filtering as a result, or how's that work?
So with the website, you can upload any image or drawing that you want. You can actually upload any image because of how the functionality of the website works. It will still digitize it. Like I once did a picture of my hand and I still turned it into a drawing. So it doesn't necessarily have to be in the sketchbook, which was the intent, because I don't want people to have to buy like 30 of my sketchbooks in order to have access to the website. I feel like, if you know what the website is and you have your own sketchbook, that's cool. Use my website with it.
Professor Raymond?
Great idea altogether. I smell the money in the air.
But the 8 cheeseburgers?
Yeah, 8 cheeseburgers. I'm like, yeah, it could go a long way, feed me for a week. But awesome work getting this all together. Have you done any I don't know if this is like your own copy, but have you done any market research on if you were going to end up releasing this or something?
Yeah. So I overbought on paper tremendously. I spent about $100 on paper in total for each type of paper. The sketchbook that's being passed around right now is only about a fifth of that paper. So around $20 was the cost of production. If I were to sell it, I'd probably sell it for 30. Just pretty simple, just 50% profit for me.
Dr. Smith?
Yeah, so you essentially made a product, which I don't know why I'm hearing about this right now, but what is your future iteration of it? Because you're just scratching the surface of an actual company product, mass production. You can get that much cheaper to produce. And I didn't know that they didn't just make sketchbooks with different pieces of paper in it. That seems so rudimentary simple. But you do it at different sizes. What do you want? You're gonna have a full on site where people can buy this stuff. What's the next step of this? Because this is just one phase of the production line.
Yeah, so the next step would obviously be to make more of it. I would love to make some miniaturized versions because I see among my peers all the time carry these mini sketchbooks where they just draw doodles in it. I think that'd be really cool to upload as well. Another thing would be the website functionality. Right now it's only a move tool, a brush tool, and an eraser tool. The brush tool doesn't even have different types of colored brushes yet. So I really want to focus on that, especially if you're using watercolor in the sketchbook, right? You don't want that to immediately go to black and white and grayscale. So that would be probably my next one.
Are you also selling pencils? Because we can't draw it without a pencil.
Oh, I mean, I have a pencil on.
No, don't ruin the prototype.
Wow.
Dr. Prater?
So, focusing on the computer version, the computerized version. So you take a picture, you scan the QR code, and take a picture and upload that picture to the website or whatever. Is that how it works?
Yeah, you take a picture of the drawing that you made, you scan the QR code, it'll take you to the website, and you just upload the image.
Okay, so the problem though is when you do that and then you digitize it or whatever, go through the transformation from a picture to a digital. That's great. But when you drew your thing, that's great too. But when you erased it, I noticed you not only erased the thing you drew, but you also erased some of the digitalization stuff in the background.
The noise.
I noticed you left trails there. Whereas what you should have done is be able to eliminate the stuff you added, but not eliminate the other stuff, or given options. You see what I mean? Because it left like a blank spot in the corner there.
Yeah. Again, just clarification, this is my first time coding ever. So with the eraser tool, when I was finished with it, I knew that it was a bit bold for an eraser, especially just leaving marks.
Yeah.
But best I could do with my skill set because I'm not a coder.
Okay, Professor H.
Another thing to maybe consider in that digitization process is, a similar application is document scanning maps. So you take a picture of the app, it applies matrix transformations to allow that image to appear flat, so it like becomes a readable document that then gets converted into a PDF. You're just uploading the picture itself. There's no transformation being applied, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It essentially, when the image is uploaded and then gets converted, it converts all the lines that it sees, even if it's a small line. It converts it via grayscale, and then, oh my God, forgetting the word for it. Converts it to grayscale, and then it blurs the lines a bit so that it appears as most digital images do, since the lines are for like digital drawing applications are typically more smooth and rounded out. Another thing I was planning to add was a vectorization feature with it, so that it turns each line into an editable vector. But again, not a skilled coder.
So yeah, that's fine. This is all just food for thought. I think that the transformation thing is going to be key alongside the noise aspect. So things to help in further iterations on this project.
Dr. Smith?
Yeah, last point. For monetization purposes, what you should do is, well, of course, proof of thought, but what you should do is so the site itself should have a per diem, meaning like someone has to pay like a monthly fee to utilize it for a duration of time. I know you don't like that, but that's going to be a good amount. But if they buy your product, then they'll get an access code to get it for free for a certain duration of time. That way, it gives them incentive to buy your product and utilize your website. Because there's tons of softwares that'll do similar options, probably even better. But the combination of the two is the big selling point. So lean into it and please continue doing it.
Okay.
Would it be possible for you to scan the picture, put it on a layer, and then every edit you do is on another layer, so you could actually clear it? Because when you cleared it, it even cleared the original image.
Yeah, so adding layers is actually one of the earlier concepts that I wanted to add to the project. I definitely looked into how to code something like that, but every attempt that I made at it, it either didn't work fully or just didn't work to the scale of the image. So it would only work for a certain section of it. So I decided to just opt out of including that feature.
That's fair.
All right, we only have time for one more question. There was a question after.
Art design major 19 years ago from college. And I think that this is something that is just really cool and upcoming. I went to school for illustration for years, and we had always had stuff like that in our CAD classes. Like, this would be something that would be great to have different mediums, and to see it actually visualized is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I just want to give you kudos, Chris.
Yeah. One more, Noah.
So this is a broad question that professors could also answer, but could you implement a open source software such as Krita to help further the art aspect on the general side so that it would be more accessible?
I haven't looked into that. That's definitely more of a professor question. I haven't looked into adding open software to it. So.
All right, Christopher, you've definitely stirred the pot. So thank you very much for your presentation. Wonderful job. All right, next up, we have an online game design major, Ela Mercado with Iconic.
Every day, billions of people wake up and immediately reach for their phones. We spend hours staring at screens, working, studying, gaming, and most of the time just connecting with other people. But while our devices keep getting smarter, our eyes are paying the price. Eye strain, fatigue, headaches, and declining focus have become everyday struggles for most students, professionals, and pretty much anyone living in this digital world. But what if there was a way to fight back? What if The very act of using a screen could actually strengthen your eyes instead of tiring them out. That's where I come in. My name is Eli, and Iconic Escape is my opportunity to bring a new idea considering the impact that technology has on today's society. Iconic Escape is a top-down puzzle-solving game that is built around eye tracking as the main controller of the game. And it's the real innovation is gamifying eye exercises in a way that's fun, but also promotes better eye health. As you navigate mazes and solve puzzles, you use your eyes specifically in a way that's designed to strengthen eye muscles and reduce eye strain. That's the idea behind Iconic Escape. What if your favorite game could actually benefit your eyes? What if playing games could strengthen your eye muscles, improve your focus, and even help reduce your eye strain? In our current screen-focused world, eye strain and weak eye muscles are becoming a serious problem. Traditional games, like most first-person shooters, often make it worse by forcing intense static focus built around the core of the game. Players will, be forced to stare intensely at, one small area of the screen for long periods of time, leading to that eye strain. Now, Iconic Escape flips that, and it turns eye movement into the core gameplay while delivering real eye health benefits, right? Through a fun option that anyone can enjoy. So let's take a look at Iconic Escape in action. This is Iconic Escape. Everything in the game is controlled by your eyes. You look where you want to go, a little interaction circle fills, and the game reacts based on what you're looking at. But every mechanic is, secretly an eye exercise. You never really just focus on one spot for long periods of time, right? Your eyes are attracted to different areas of the game. It's designed to have you basically shift your focus around, and you're not just staring at one area for long periods of time. One of the ways I'm able to do this is when a player steps on a trap, a minigame activates. A minigame designed around a special eye exercise. This one being 6 numbered orbs spawn randomly across the screen, and you must connect them in order from 1 to 6, which encourages controlled eye movements, visual search, and focus under pressure. All of these are excellent exercises for strengthening eye coordination and reducing fatigue. One of my goals was to create a fun, addicting game. One that kind of tricks the player into training their eyes without it feeling like a chore. Something that can bring fun to anyone with the added health benefits. Benefits that may even help someone later on in life. So imagine a future where games don't damage your eyes, but instead they make them stronger. Iconic Escape can prove that with smart design and fun at its core, we can create fun experiences that also benefit your eye health. This is more than just a game, right? It's a new idea. It's a way to think about how games can incorporate new gameplay techniques that could help reduce strain on the eyes, so that instead of damaging them, we promote better eye health and better quality of life. And that's Iconic Escape.
All right, let's see if Eli's joining us in Zoom. Eli, are you there? All right, and again, online students have completed the Student Innovation Project, so if they are available, they can join us. Otherwise, comments for Eli. Professor Frater.
So quick question to the SMEs. Is this a VR game? Is that how they do the eye tracking, or do you guys know how we did the eye tracking?
If you use any camera, it doesn't have to be VR. But
Okay.
VR does have a lot of the tech like already in it. So
I
it's easiest.
I didn't know how, because you're staring at a screen that have the stuff, so I didn't know what was staring back.
Yeah, the VR stuff tends to have the best eye tracking.
Okay. Okay, because one thing you might want to look into is with strokes, you tend to have the side that was affected, the opposite side, you tend to have it neglected, where you don't see things. For me to be on my right hand side, you tend not to see things like there. And before I could get my driver's license back, I had a big circle with bulbs with little push buttons below them. And I had to click the push buttons, I identify and click it within a certain time period to make sure I wasn't neglecting my right hand side or left or up or down. This would be something made for that as well, where you could have the light and see how long it took for his eyes.
Thank you for sharing.
It'd definitely be a useful strategy as a game.
James?
I actually have a comment based on from an esports perspective, I guess. Imagine a game or a mod for a game that would make it so that wherever you're looking, your mouse would automatically adjust to look at that area. All you have to do is just look at the thing you gotta shoot, and it'll automatically move to it. I feel like that might be either an unfair advantage or I don't know. It depends on how responsive it is, but I do know that eye tracking technology is not usually the most responsive, but if it gets fast enough, it can be really, really good.
Yeah, there's no latency.
Oh yeah.
First market?
So Eli, good job. I've worked with you for a while with this. You've been a great designer, great artist on top of it. One of the things that I liked was just how professional looking it was. Like the design, the UI, a lot of times everything looks, even though this is still technically a prototype, it looks like a very finished product. And I think that's one of the better things that you did with this. And then the other thing too is I think a lot of times especially as gamers, we hate to acknowledge the negative aspects of possibly gaming and so on. And you're kind of tackling that and you're thinking, hey, what is an option to make things a little bit better that might be normally considered a negative in this field? So I think that was another kind of genius idea when it came to that. Because most people say, I just want to make games for game's sake. And you're thinking, okay, I'll try to fix a problem, but also make it a game. And that I think is a good combination for, obviously, in this particular case, a game design. So good job.
Yeah, Eli's definitely being proactive, identifying something before it becomes a critical issue.
Identifying something?
Professor Caruso.
Yeah, just to make a comment, I'm not sure if there was other color options, but for those who are colorblind, the green and red would not be the best option for them. So something to think about.
Okay. Professor H.
Yeah, I think just to follow up with everything, I think it's a really cool project. I kind of a little bit envious. I would say that I'm just curious about, I wish you were here to answer some of these questions. I'm just curious about other what the gameplay in terms of the split screen top half, bottom half is supposed to kind of be, because I can see you're kind of navigating through a maze on the bottom half and then using the eye tracker to access specific traps, and then that activates certain mini games. So the gameplay itself is really interesting. I wonder how that can be expanded into that bottom portion. And then I guess as far as other potential eye exercises or just ways to factor in just making sure that your eyes are getting rest, maybe things like that 20-20-20 rule, looking away for 20 seconds, 20 meters away, or even maybe just getting your eyes a chance to just close your eyes, maybe having some audio cues to player to close their eyes and then reopen them, things like that. Make the game experiencing the more multimodal. But I think it's like I said, really well scoped, well executed project. Very good job.
Great recommendations. Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Eli. All right. Next up, we have our game design major, Dominic Amato Tramato, with narrative puzzles.
During my time at UAT, I've learned a lot about video games. The development side of things, the design part of it, art, and programming as well. I've always had a fascination with games of all forms, whether the game defines a certain genre or how we engage with less than stellar games created by AAA developers or indies. Some of the games that stand out to me are The Walking Dead and The Wolf Among Us, which define the narrative part of video games to an extent where the choices matter towards the progression of the story. However, I've always wondered how players place expression and how they go about meeting their own end goals based on the problem that their character is facing. Hello, my name's Dominic. Today I'm proudly sharing the idea that I've been working on for quite a while now. When it comes to making choices in games, the output mostly surrounds the narrative component and not the environment that changes. This is especially showcased with narrative storytelling games. When you make a choice, the game responds back with the choice that you made in a narrative direction. And this has been the formula all throughout the cohesion and how the choices are made in video games. The player makes the choices that are different over time, but always led to the same ultimate outcome towards the end of the game. What most of the puzzle games seem to lack is the power to make the players convinced that they're able to solve the problem in their own way and not what the puzzle consists of them of doing, thus making it seem like there are many possible ways to solve something, but ultimately lead to the same outcome. With narrative puzzles, the goal is to signify the choices that you make can often lead to changes in the environment and narrative portion of the game significantly. Still don't know what I mean by this? Well, maybe perhaps this little guy can show us. Meet Bob. Is someone who is basically late into this presentation showcase. Notices that his door is locked right away as soon as he wakes up, but at the same time, he can't really remember anything. However, there's a leaked barrel. How do you even get a leaked barrel in the first place? He doesn't really remember at first, so he remembers to try to improvise, quick and fast. He moves the glass into the barrel where it's leaking at, and then he remembers something. How do I even get this barrel? Being at a bar. Yeah, the reason why he's so late is because he's at a bar. At this time, he remembers stealing the barrel. I hope nobody suspects me actually stealing this. Grabs the key and then gets the heck out of there. Oh yeah, I remember the key. Congratulations, he remembers the key to the door. But wait. There's no crate there. Wait, it's next to my bed. Man. Itching our way and Wait. I remember where I got this crate at. Boy, do me a favor, Smile. Give me a hand. Or, I guess not, okay. Man. Oop. I must have dropped some. Oh, right. The hammer. I dropped that one time. And I remember building that glass window as well with it. Alternatively, if you couldn't grab the key, then you move this glass away from the barrel. It's getting too full. These people. I'm having a headache. I can't forget about this lock picked up. I can't forget. Oh, I forgot it was in my pocket the entire time. And I also remember making that door in the morning before I decided to go hammer myself. Hey, hand me the tinfoil I had, yeah? Oh, hey, move the crate for me, man. Thanks. Oh, I remember. The screwdriver. I can use that to fix it. And now because of that, he has everything in his disposal in order to actually get out of his room. Thanks, Bob. I would like to give credit to these people. Yes, these people really did help me out a lot with this project. Without these people, I don't think this project would have ever really gone to where it's at today, but also those who knew how to program certain things as well, especially with these two. I mean, seriously, these two were actually helping. I mean, I don't know how many times I had to tell them about this. And any of the Q&A questions are welcome at this time. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you in the horizon.
Thank you, Dominic. Okay, Professor Marquardt.
So people don't know the history here. So I work, obviously, as SMEs, we work with students quite often. I think Dom might be the person I've talked to the most out of anybody. I think we've had like, what, two plus years of conversations, right? Getting to this point, working through ideas. So I know this isn't your first idea, and I know there were some struggles that you went through. So how did you come up with your ideas, right? And how did you get to this point? Because I want everyone else to kind of understand how much like work it took to get to where we are here.
Well, it's been complex and convoluted throughout my journey, especially when I was first starting. First time I wanted to have like big stick figures and have it be a 3D3 sort of thing, and then like just merge them. But I was like, okay, how fun would that be, really? So I kind of scrapped that idea, and then as of recent, I started working on this. I was like, okay, there's a lot of games that have set design, and set design being part of like how, equaling the narrative part as well, how that essentially gravitates through the entire story, not just the story, but just the environment as well. The environment dictates narrative sometimes. So I started with that. I was like, okay, now how can I make it so? Sorry. How can I make it so that essentially, like, how to, wouldn't say like brain is not working over. Sorry.
It's all right.
So if anybody has questions, I'll be willing to try to answer them. I can't really find them.
And I think again, I know because you struggled a little bit, obviously, with articulation through some of the years. This is kind of building up to this, and so the point ultimately is as what we see here, finally finished. Finally, here, all those roads led to this point. I think you've brought yourself right from what you used to fear to something that you've actually accomplished, right? And so, standing up in front of people, I get it. It's sometimes scary. Articulating yourself in front of a lot of people and coming up with something right on the spot is hard. But like I said, this final video and what you're doing right now is the accumulation of all those things that you've learned. And I'm proud of you for doing it because, like I said, we've had a lot of hours kind of pushing through this. But I just wanted people to realize how much like work he's had really, really kind of put in this. And I appreciate you. And so good job, man.
Professor Raymond.
Really cool idea, man. Like going back in your memory banks and figuring out what you lost. And it's like, oh yeah, it comes back. I thought that was a really cool idea. Do you have like I know you just have like the one level, but I was also wanting to pick your brain on like what other kind of scenario you think you could probably make up with this with just kind of this memory system. I know you have like a huge narrative idea maybe, but even if it's just a concept like yeah, man, or
So a lot of scattered ideas that usually are not quite finished. And if I were to make like a second level overall, or at least like if I wanted to continue on from this, third level, so on and so forth, have there be characters suffering the same similar kind of thing as well. Could definitely try to build it up to a certain degree, to a point where it's kind of the same as the first level, but you're having to really kind of figure your way through it. Like the more levels you go to, the more difficult that it becomes to try to like have things make sense. In the meantime, it's not always like there's going to be times where there's not dialogue, for instance, that's going to really essentially make you, like, oh, memory places in time sort of thing. I mean, it's not going to be that dialogue that explains everything. That might be like the hard mode or thing to think about. But yeah.
And you voice acting everything.
Yes, that is true. I did voice act everything. I don't want to trust anybody else with voice acting. Just myself, yeah, just me, myself.
All right, thank you very much, Dominic. Well done.
Good.
All right, next up, we have Trey Blalock, game design major with Awakening.
Hi, my name is Trey Blaylock, and I am here to present to you my SIP final project with L Awakened. L Awakened is a 2D top-down adventure game that takes heavy inspiration from indie game One Shot, where your goal is to help Elle find her way home when she finds herself waking up in this dreamy dimension. Now, before I talk about the main innovation and what makes my project unique, I wanted to talk about the game itself for a moment. So this game was made with Unreal Engine 5, using my knowledge of its programming tools, with help of Unreal Engine tutor Aidan Chagrin, as well as the assets I'd either borrowed or hand drew or made myself, as seen crudely on the screen right now. So some of you are definitely thinking, why make a 2D game in a 3D game engine? That purely is because there is more than what's currently being shown right now. So right now, Elle is trying to find a way to open the elevator, and the shop is closed every time. Just missed it. And heading into town, not much is going on except for this guy, Barry, who seems surprised to see a kid coming up asking for help and eager to help any stranger with their nicotine addiction, like most kids are. Elle needs to get, or maybe buy, cigarettes to get the key to the elevator. Problem is, she didn't wake up with money in this dimension, and the shop was closed, or as you saw just a minute ago. So maybe something in town could help her out. And oh, there's a bag of money, and oh, never mind, it's empty. So what can she do? Well, with the pillow right there, the text telling you, you can take a snooze and finally get to the meat potatoes of the project. This game is not just a 2D game, but it features 3D levels in it as well. In these 3 dream segments, you will have some platforming to navigate, as well as some puzzles to solve. These draw heavy inspiration from both Super Paper Mario and Mario Odyssey, where both games have 2D levels, but they can swap over to 3D for a different playstyle. That itself isn't innovative because it already exists, but as Elle hopefully first tries this puzzle she has coming up here, let me just ask this. What if there was another dimension we could have over both second and third dimensions? Which one could it be? Oh, looks like she botched the puzzle and can't go back. Unless that fourth dimension was time. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, this is the innovation of L Awakened. It added fourth dimension of time manipulation across both the 2D and the third dimension. Being able to rewind time itself to make up for mistakes you made and start over from scratch as if you didn't make that mistake. Now, seems a bit tedious and bare minimum for innovation, I suppose. I mean, the undo button has existed for decades, and just trying over and over again just seems maybe just a little bit tedious. And then you can see the future. This is the second half of my innovation. With the time manipulation in this fourth dimension, you can not only rewind the past, but you can see what happens in the future. And you can see how your actions will affect it. Just like with that future version of the sphere you saw, with the blue cube and the bumpers, you can see them before interacting with them, and it impacts the future so you can properly solve the problem. And after a few, maybe test attempts and seeing what else can be done to help solve puzzles. So as a whole, my innovation is combining 4 dimensions in one. The top-down 2-dimensional adventure, the 3-dimensional platform and puzzle solving, all of that is wrapped in the 4th dimension of rewinding time and seeing the future. So, I always admired Super Paper Mario's ability to swap between the 2nd and the 3rd dimension on a whim, and when it came to innovation, just doing this wasn't entirely enough. I'd expand my scope and advise to add a 4th one in addition to the 2-in-1 game trope that's been done before. That is for this project I'm very proud of and how it turned out, because you can see that there you don't rewind only in the 3D levels. You can see now that you are back in the 2D segment, Elle just rewound time to open the shop so the keeper didn't leave just a few minutes earlier. So you have this mechanic over the second and the third dimension with this unique fourth dimension. So, as I just close out the rest of this gameplay, I wanted to give a massive thank you to all of my SMEs, all of my professors who helped me find my innovation with this project. And again, big shout out to Aidan Chagrin for dealing with my many questions on how to operate Unreal Engine. Thanks for watching.
Well done, Trey.
Now open the question.
Yes. Please.
When you mentioned when I saw the switching from 2D to 3D, I immediately thought Super Paper Mario, and I was like, okay. And I love that you actually mentioned that. That was one of the inspirations behind it. I loved playing that game when I was a kid. I played it like so many times. But I really, really do like, and I do think that this project actually does have a lot of potential for some really good like platform or problem solving. When it when it really comes off the ground. I do have a question for you though. Like, what if you were to like, if there was no budget, no anything, you had a whole team of people that just did everything for you, and you could just tell them what to do exactly. What would your dream for this project be?
This for me, just the entirety of just like L Awaken, just like as a whole before it was introduced to the idea of just like SIP, was always just like an idea for just like a game of mine that you just have to help L go home. And in this dream world, you would have like different parts of dreams, like one being just like the fun and whimsy stuff, then something lucid and then nightmares. So I really would just in the long term love to turn this into just an entire unique indie game someday. I'd probably do that once, just maybe once my schedule's open. So I really do want to flesh out and build upon what was here, because this for me is just like like a bare bones prototype for something that I want to work on for a larger story and more segments on it.
Cool.
Professor Markley?
Good job, Trey. I'm working with you for a while. Again, awesome work in general. I like, again, the kind of the narrative buildup to how you did your video. I was talking to him previously, like one of his early preview builds I thought was like a really cool idea of how he was explaining his stuff, that I was going to keep it and show future students. Here's how to try to help sell, right, an idea when you're still working on a prototype. Because again, a lot of you guys, and we've heard this from all the artists, I'm not a programmer. I'm not a programmer. Every artist had to tell us they're not a programmer, but they did programming. But that's the thing, is this is what you guys do. You're jumping into realms that, you know, you might not be an artist, but you got some art, you're putting some stuff in there. Now, my recommendation would be to, end up redoing it with a little bit more professional art, like try to get it a little bit better and try to work on it, and it'll just sell for a little bit better of a portfolio piece. But in general, like, very well done. For you, I guess my question for you at this point is, where is the difficulty, in your opinion, right, of having to deal with gameplay that involves 4 dimensions? That's the thing. That's your whole SIP, right? It's this idea that I'm not just doing a 2D game. I'm just doing a 3D game. I'm also doing time, which is considered a 4th dimension. How do you figure out puzzles and things that work with all of those things? Like, what's your thought process?
So just as a whole, the 4th dimension is just everything, like the whole, like the 2nd dimension and the 3rd dimension are all just wrapped around in the 4th one. So there's not ideally going to be any complication, since it's going to work exactly and fundamentally the same across both of them. In terms of just like maybe difficulty regarding like mixing all of them, it is just going to be simply, you have the top-down 2D segments, and then there will be some other parts where the 3D will be present, and you'll swap between the 2 of them, but all of them are under the 4th dimension time scope.
So you're always going to have some sort of future and past to all things at all times, is what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay.
And Professor Raylan?
A really cool idea. Made me think about I don't know what the 4th dimension was. I thought it was a cube inside of a cube thing. But yeah, apparently it was time. So I thought it was really cool, just kind of seeing the same Mark was talking about, just kind of figure out these puzzles, how you include like all these different elements coming together. For what you might have for the rest of this game, I definitely also, I wish you would have taken one of my classes. You could have had some cool art. But,
you still can.
Sure. For the rest of the game, like, are you gonna continue with this, with just kind of adding more with this, or are you gonna kind of like leave it how it is for now? visiting later or something like that.
So I absolutely would go on continuing this. Maybe not entirely with the bare bones thing I have right now. Maybe this is definitely something worth like revisiting, just maybe remaking to just look better, play better, and have more than just what I was able to present. And then I will maybe just get some friends together like that, ones that can program and ones that can draw, to have just a fun thing to work on independently just while we're all doing it.
Find a way to take it in production studios. That's another option.
For that.
All right, thank you very much, Trey. Well done. All right, next up we have Zachary Kreisman, game programming major, who pitched his idea to game design with Material Manic.
Video games. I'm pretty sure all of us agree video games are fun. But do you know what I love about video games? Finding your own solution. I love it when developers allow the player to find their own solutions to these puzzles that are genuinely hard. Such as this one right here where, oh, I could just simply fly over there instead of having to ricochet my bullets. Or in this solution, I simply can just fly up and try to snipe the bullets instead of having to climb that long tower. So this is where I'm going to present my own project, Material Manic. You're able to find your own solutions to puzzles by altering the environment around you. Here's a few visual examples upon how this can happen. Visual example number 1. You can change a block's material to ice and a block's material to magma and make the magma melt the ice. In this showcase, though, I'm going to do the same thing, but just make the bottom transparent, allowing the top block to fall through.
Dear God. There's more. No.
In this visual example, I turn the ground to ice, and yeah, I have a very fun time trying to control myself on this icy subject. Using these ice physics, you can influence your own momentum, while also trying to influence other objects' momentum on top of it. And here is the green, which will make surfaces bouncy, allowing the player to bounce up super high or other objects to bounce super high. So now, you may be wondering, why have all this? Why is all these materials here? Well, it's simply for puzzles. Every single one of these materials will be able to contribute to puzzles in their own unique way, allowing for multiple solutions inside of a puzzle to be solved. Here's a couple of examples. Here, in this first example, the player chooses ice, and then sets it down onto the floor, allowing the player to launch themselves across to the other side, using the momentum that they gained from the ice physics. In this example, however, the player chooses the transparent option and turns the bottom of the block transparent, allowing the bridge to fall down and the player to progress across the bridge. The player is able to select the transparent option and turn the bottom of the block transparent, allowing the player to make it across the gap easily by just simply jumping onto the bridge and walking across, no falling. So, how does all this work? Well, it's simple. Whatever the material the ball is, it will apply the material onto other objects. And using the material UI that I gave the player, they're able to easily shift between materials. So now, the next question to ask is, how did we get here? It started off with something small. One of the things that I do love about video games was how innovative a player could be when approaching a solution. So I thought, why not make that the entire game? Why not try to find a way to make a player become more innovative and think outside of the box than what the developer thought? And a big inspiration of this was, what if the player could be able to alter the environment themselves, change the colors, change the physics, change the ways that it works, as if making them their own game developer. So that's how this project idea started. And now, time for some of the struggles that happened during the project. So, when making many of the physics for the games, such as the transparency, the ice physics, and the bouncy physics, I've had to reprogram the player controller 3 times throughout this project, each time for each new physics that I wanted to add, to make sure that the player controller felt as smooth as possible when interacting with it. One of the instances, I accidentally turned the player into a Beyblade when reprogramming the player controller. Welp, that is all that I have to show for now. Thank you for watching my project, Material Manic, and thank you for watching my dream.
All right, Zachary, questions, comments? Professor Prater?
Real quick, I'm not a game design person or anything like that, but, your cat person,
Yeah.
blinking rate, was that a variable set or how
I
did
used
you
a-
set the blink rate?
I used a program called PNG Tuber Plus, I believe it was called. And what that basically did was I uploaded a PNG tuber and I had several different sprites, and it will inside of that value was a blink rate. So I decided to set that to like 0.2.
Because it wasn't standard. So sometimes it was 1 second, 1.2.
Yeah, it has like a random value of like a 1 in 200 chance every 0.2 seconds to blink.
Okay.
Something like that.
Cool.
Professor
Yes.
Marquardt?
Good job. I'm not gonna talk blink rates, but I do think, but it's, to be fair though, when people are noticing parts of your video and hey, that's kind of cool, that presentation thing, that's always a good thing. And of course you laid out your presentation good. You got that typical stack, humor in there as well. And I especially appreciate a programmer coming over to the dark side and doing a game design tip. So I love what you did there. But again, in general, right, I think the idea was very creative. But you can see again, this is kind of similar to what Trey's thing is. You guys have these ideas that get complex really quick. So right now you got your 4 different materials that you can change things into. But I would imagine in a full game you'd have a lot more, right? How would you deal with the complexity of all the possible things players can do and potentially blow up the level? Like, what would be the solution to figure that out?
Complete recode. I've been thinking about like a complete recode, really revamping and changing how like, if the colors hue is more close to this one, then an effect of a certain degree will be closer, but it can still retain the same effect. Like if you want to still retain some bounciness, then you can. But if you want to retain some ice physics, you have to find a balance in between. So then you can keep the ice and bounce.
I would say a lot of play testing also.
Yeah, that would also flying out of your little possibly 18 more reprograms of the player controller
and blink rates.
Professor Raven?
Yeah, really cool idea. With just kind of like slapping materials on stuff. I don't know why I haven't thought about that in some of my other games. Like, what if I just make this whatever it is, right? It's kind of awesome how it came around. I just had a question about one of the materials, just magma.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know it melts the ice, but what other applications would be used for the magma?
What benefit would be
Like
like
other applications. So like if it would, because I was thinking this can be used more than just puzzles. It can be also used in like a shooter genre. So like, and a lot of enemies are standing on the point. What if I just turn the floor into magma and make that point dangerous?
Okay.
The floor is lava.
I'm like, there's so much more going on. I'm like, I know there's more with it. I just didn't know what ways besides outside of the puzzle. So it's nice that you thought about a lot of that stuff, man.
Hi, Professor Prater?
Well, one more real quick too. Transparent is probably the wrong term because all transparency is vision. You should probably have done out of phase or something like that instead.
Translucent.
Yeah, well, no, because translucent, transparent are both based on appearance. Out of phase.
Just say mist. Because if you're doing like magma, but not really.
Right. I just thought transparent doesn't really fulfill these requirements.
Vanish.
All right, Jake?
PvP mechanics. PvP mechanics.
PvP mechanics? Oh, so like, in terms of PvP mechanics, if I were to ever make turns to a shooter game, let's hypothetically say, enemies are behind a wall, I can turn the ball metallic, and now my bullets will not bounce off the wall.
I think that would be actually pretty fun.
Enemies are trying to walk over to a point over a bridge, you can turn the bridge to mist. Yeah, the split gate, the one where you use portals in order to walk over.
It's portal, but PvP. But instead of that, it's like you could change the material of objects around you, and like this section of the walls now, like phased out.
You need a new way to get to points. Why not phase out the wall in order to make a new opening for your
Exactly. I think that'd be fun.
We have time for just one more. Morgan?
Any plans for other materials? Definitely, there was a lot of plans for other materials, but I just had to cram 4 in there just right here, right now.
Any examples?
There was like a launch material where it would fully like straight up launch you, but that eventually turned into bouncy. Uh, there was another material that would, if it was PvP, perp would be like a little bit of a poisonous effect where it would cause like a mist of poison area instead of like a heavy magma. Lots of other plans and ideas are definitely out there, but you have to discover how I can incorporate the color, the materials, and other stuff.
All right. Thank you very much, Zachary. Well done. All right. Next up, we have Nikolai McIntosh, game programming major who pitched his idea to game design with Audio Jack.
Raise your hand if you like music. Okay. Now raise your hand if you like to imagine things happening in sync to music. Music appeals to our pattern-seeking brains on a fundamental level, so it's no surprise that rhythm games would be as popular as they are. That said, I've never been fully satisfied with the methods that rhythm games use to actually test the player's sense of rhythm. Most rhythm games will simply punish the player for failing to make inputs exactly when the game tells them to. This is fine, but doesn't it seem a little rigid? Think about music in general and the monumental role that improvisation has played throughout its history. Instrumental solos, freestyle dancing, ad-libbing, the concept of playing by ear, all of this spontaneity gets lost, flattened out of existence when representing music as just a strict sequence of beats. Of course, there are exceptions. Games in which rhythm is baked into the environment, rather than the player's own controls. These games have the opposite problem. The music doesn't actually tell you anything that you couldn't already figure out just by observing your surroundings. So what incentive do you really have to engage with the music directly? The game is dancing without you. Time and time again, rhythm games fall into these two archetypes, turning the beat into either an impressive force or a faint suggestion, neither of which gives the player a chance to meaningfully contribute to the rhythm itself. And I understand why rhythmic gameplay might seem incompatible with player agency, but I know they can be harmonized. In fact, I've seen them working in harmony before. Not in rhythm games, though, but in platformers. Mind you, I don't mean rhythm platformers. I don't mean Mad Rat Dead, where missing a beat means temporarily losing the ability to act. And I don't mean Geometry Dash either, where the level design does more to keep the beat than the song itself. I am referring to regular, run-of-the-mill, run-and-jump platformers. Games which were never designed for rhythmic play, but whose movesets are so flexible that they enable it regardless. I will often play these games while listening to music, either from the game's soundtrack or just something on my phone, and I will attempt to wrangle my characters such that every action, whether that's jumping, bouncing off of an enemy, or even landing on the ground, occurs in sync with the music. Playing like this, planning your movements in advance so that they line up with the song, is a transcendent experience, and it is the exact sensation that I, Nikolai McIntosh, seek to capture in my game design student innovation project, Audio Jack. Audio Jack's main mechanic is this metronome, which the player uses to time their inputs. Press jump while the needle is in the middle, and you will perform a basic jump. Now for the innovative part. Watch what happens when you press jump off beat with the needle to the side. This is a hover jump. They don't go as high, but they have a lot more air time, which makes them perfect for tight corridors and low ceilings. The game doesn't force you to act on beat, because giving the offbeats their own functionality is enough of a nudge to make your brain want to do that naturally. You gravitate towards the beats themselves to guarantee the jump that you need, but there's also a risk-reward for going in between them once you've achieved mastery. Toss in a grappling hook that always retracts in sync with the music, and also allows you to jump again in mid-air right after you use it, and what you now have is rhythm and freedom infused in a singular moveset, in which Audio Jack creates a flow state so great that it leads you to do this.
All right, Professor Markway.
Nikolai, holy crap, that was like the best freaking presentation. I said it before because I've seen this early and I already knew it was going to be good. And Nikolai sometimes struggles with, articulation, but that is the most articulated, best freaking video. I mean, I've seen it in a long time. I mean, you get everybody into it, and I just love it. And I never seen somebody dance in the middle of the presentation. So you got two of those things going now. So good job. Again, so just for context, not so much a question, but I just want people to understand that Nikolai had an idea that was approved, and we're into the couple of SIP classes in, and he goes, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to change it." And this is what he changed it to. The other idea was great, but he just decided to change it middle of notes, and whatever. And then this ended up being as awesome as it was. And I was one of those because I trust Nikolai so much. I'm like, dude, because when he explained it, and again, it's just for a story for the rest of you guys, I didn't know what he was talking about. I'm like, I don't know. You have to show it. And of course, this video shows it really, really well. But my point was, at the time when you explained, I'm like, I don't understand what you're trying to do, but I trust you. It's going to be good. And we just said, yeah, just keep going with it. And this is what happened. So good job, Nikolai. I'm super impressed. That was amazing. Yeah, like I want to change it now.
Professor Raymond?
Got my question. What was the game art one? Got it again. Anyways, I saw this idea for he actually made a really good prototype of this in my game art.
Wait, you're taking credit for this?
Yeah, it's not
Yeah, like 9 years ago, before I even came to this college.
yeah, I had the early prototype.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really cool just seeing how far that prototype came to this, which is actually really cool. And then it has the energy bringing along with this, which actually bumps it up to a lot of like I don't know, it just got everybody involved in it, dude. So stuff like that's really good for like pitching stuff. Rich work with that. But overall, I thought this was pretty cool, man. You're probably gonna add way more music to this, way more other stuff. And you made that song yourself, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I do remember that a little. Well, it's different from what I
Yeah, I remixed it. I made like a remix of it for like the new version, and then I also made like another slight remix of that specifically for the SIP video.
Professor H?
Thank you, Shanae. I have to give you huge kudos. That's probably one of the best SIP presentations I've ever seen. And like just backing off of everything that has been said previously, like it was genuinely hype. Like the way that you're able to present the information, the animations, like it was just the level of polish in the presentation itself. And then you take it to the next level with the music and tying that in with the concept of the project, which I think that it is fairly innovative. I haven't seen any projects that like use this timing of the music to actually enhance the gameplay. I'm very impressed. Very impressed with this project.
Dr. Smith?
Yeah, Nikolai, is this like just encompassing to this specific game? Or are you looking to make this into like a mechanic that can be spread amongst other playable options as well?
I mean, theoretically, it could be implemented into like other games. I was just doing this one just honestly mainly just because I also really like platformers. But like the intentional mistiming that could theoretically be infused into any other genre.
During your presentation, I noticed that you were talking on beat. Was that intentional?
Yes.
He started rapping.
It was very good.
I'm not.
I can tell you, like, but you must watch a lot of YouTube.
Yes.
Like there's music channels that do that similar thing, like talking to the beat and just like
yes.
Yeah. So I know you're getting your inspiration.
Synthnet. I think that's what it's called. Synthnet. That was one of the.
That's right.
Dr. Fair?
I was just piggybacking on that. As the video was ending, you were speeding up. How many takes did you do to get that 10? Well, was it all in one, or did you have to stop and be faster?
It wasn't all in one take, but it wasn't as many takes as you might have thought. I did record like each line like individually and then splice them together.
And that's something that I pointed out when Nikolai was sitting in my classroom is, the fact that he worked on this project and this video particularly iteratively, where he would work on the first 10 seconds, we would review it together, make adjustments. He'd add the other 10 seconds, we'd review it, make adjustments, and he just kept compounding. And then all together just threaded very nicely. So I talked about you during dinner yesterday, Nikolai, that you were my sleeping giant. You know, just stayed quiet, worked on this project, and then boom, at the very end. So well done, well done. One more comment? We have time for one more.
I was
Professor
going to
Bellinger?
say, I see a lot of these kinds of things, and then over the years, I've seen a lot of sort of music-based projects. It's very clear that you have a deep relationship with music, and as somebody who also, like, I really live in that space, it's the first time I've ever seen a game like that that I actually wanted to play. And how musical it actually is. There really is a unique project that I've just never seen.
Thanks.
Robin?
Yeah, I mean, kudos. I mean, you put on a show. We love a show. So kudos to you on that. I was tapping my foot for sure during the presentation. Have you thought about third-party integration with different playlist music providers like Apple Music, Spotify, to allow people to curate their kind of music to go to the beat to this? I immediately thought of that. Like, I want my playlist playing while this game is playing.
I mean, I was just going to compose all of the music for the game myself, but I mean, I guess theoretically you could adapt it to do something with that, like.
Something to consider.
Yeah.
It's all right.
All right, Ellie, I did notice that your hand was up.
Would there be a separate game mode for visual cues for anyone playing that might be part of teaching, or just not have, or like just want to listen to something else while playing the game?
I mean, I did have like there was, it might have been that the podium was blocking it, but there was like a metronome icon.
I saw the metronome.
Oh.
I'm just like saying metronome, since it's in one place and it's sort of on the smaller side, and the player would probably be focusing on the character more so than the metronome, or like glancing in between. Would there be like more visual cues in the different play mode, or?
Ideally, yes.
Oh.
Ideally, maybe like the metronome could like follow the player around, or alternatively, like the player could have like an animation where they're like tapping their foot or something along with the music. Maybe like when they run, their feet make contact with the ground on beat.
The hi-fi rush. They
Yeah.
To be fair, the beat itself is also information about when to press things as well.
Yeah.
So you're using multiple things, visuals and audio.
Yeah. You could use a tactile sensor instead, or a tactile instead. If you were worried about vision, instead, vibrate according to the beat.
Some things for you to consider, for sure.
Bridge the cross.
All right, thank you very much, Nikolai. Well done. All right, next up we have Michael Mosby, game design major with Split Shift.
Many games allow players to switch between multiple characters. However, when the player switches, the inactive character's world pauses completely. Because nothing can happen while you're away, switching becomes a matter of convenience rather than strategy. But what if both worlds kept running? My name is Michael Mosley, and I am a game design major, and today I will be introducing you to Split Shift. Split Shift is a single-player prototype that explores that idea. Instead of freezing the inactive character, both worlds continue running simultaneously. The player can only control one character at a time, so they must constantly decide which world needs their attention most. 2 worlds, 1 player, every decision matters. One half of the experience follows a hero exploring a combat simulation. While playing as the hero, the player has no direct knowledge of what's happening in the office. Instead, information is communicated naturally through the interface. Rather than showing a traditional suspicion meter, the hero receives updates through an office chat. As suspicion increases, the tone and frequency of these messages change. During gameplay, the player must interpret the conversation itself instead of relying on the numbers. The second playable character is a tech intern working inside the office. While the hero is dealing with threats inside the simulation, the intern is trying to blend in, interact with coworkers, and avoid drawing too much attention. Just like the hero, the intern has no idea what is happening in the simulated world and must rely on the UI around them. For the intern, the hero's condition is communicated through the office computers. As the hero's condition changes, the computers begin flashing different colors. These colors are not exact health readings, rather they are simply warning that something may be happening inside the simulation. The player can then choose whether or not they stop what they're doing and investigate. If they do choose to investigate and interact with the computer, it captures a snapshot of what the hero is currently doing. From that image, the player decides whether the situation is serious enough to switch characters. Now let's see how this will play out in real time. Right now our intern is talking to some coworkers when the computer flashes yellow. They decide that they should investigate and check what the hero is doing, but see there's only one enemy and decide that it is not worth the time to go over and switch, so they return to their coworkers to help lower their intern's suspicion. Later, the computer flashes orange. This time the player chooses to ignore the warning and continue focusing on the intern. When the warning finally escalates to red, the player decides to check on the hero again, and this time they see 3 enemies attacking the hero and decide that that is enough to warrant switching over and getting the hero out of their dangerous situation. To sum it all up, Split Shift introduces a contextual cross-world interface system that allows players to manage 2 simultaneously active characters by interpreting information presented through interfaces that naturally belong to each world. Instead of relying on constantly visible health and suspicion meters, the hero receives social clues through an office chat, while the intern receives technological warnings and surveillance snapshots through office computers. By connecting these changing interfaces to the character's hidden status values, the project makes interpreting information and deciding when to switch the central strategic mechanic. This prototype focuses on improving the communication system, so future development would mostly focus on expanding both the hero and the intern's worlds, as well as expanding their gameplay and helping to expand upon this established communication system. Thank you for watching. My name is Michael Mosby, and this has been Split Shift.
Thank you, Michael, for your presentation. Professor Markley.
Somebody who's normally kind of quiet, that was a little loud. I know it's like an audio thing. It is what it is, but no, good presentation. I know, again, what you were, and this is kind of what Ellie was actually talking about in the previous one. Part of your innovation had a lot to do with cues that the player has to pick up on that's going on, because they have to simultaneously, right, figure out what 2 players are doing at the same time, because they're controlling both of them. They don't want one to die while the other one's just doing their things to find this balance. And I think at least with the video, because I hadn't seen this, finished video, so I've seen you did a pretty good job kind of explaining some of the things much better. When your idea as a whole, right? How did you get to your idea in the first place? What were the games that like inspired you, or why did you even want to do an idea where I had to control 2 players at the same time?
So the idea originally, it started in high school when I was really into writing, and it started as a book idea. So 2 characters, 2 different perspectives, and you switch between the perspectives in the books. And so it was originally an office intern and a hero inside a simulation. That's really where the idea originated from. And so over time, when I came here, it developed further into more of a game. And then when I started SIP, it became the user interface system.
Nice.
So in the fantasy world where you're receiving office text, is it simply the rate of office text that's important, or is content important as well? And if content is important as well, how does it come up with the content?
So both the rate and content is important. As you have low suspicion, it's a pretty slow rate. Like you think every 2 minutes it would change, versus when you have high suspicion, it's like every 10 to 5 seconds. And then the content itself, I have a little list of 5 different randomly selected phrases that I would pick from every time it triggers the new text phrase to come up. There's 5 different low suspicion, low medium, medium, high medium, and then there's like 25 different phrases randomly selected in this current version.
You might want to instead incorporate an LLM to generate your phrases instead, so that you're not actually because even at to 25, you could generally pick it out without really reading it. If you have an LLM generate it, then it'll be really different. You can set a suspicion level for the LLM to decide, and it could really add an extra level to it. I mean, the 25 is great. 5 levels, 5 per level is great. But after 10 minutes of gameplay, you'll know what it is, and you'll start saying the word repeats.
I wanted to ask a question, like, would there be like an underlying story to both worlds, or would there be is it just the gameplay itself that tells the story?
Yes, so there will be an underlying story for both worlds. The general idea that I had originally was inside the simulation, the hero character gained consciousness. So it's supposed to be just an AI that people can log into and like view daily life or test out scenarios. But our hero gained consciousness is now going off the grid versus the intern who is inside a tech company and discovers these glitches within the simulation. But as they dig further, they discover corruption from the CEO, and it ends up being to stop the CEO and shut down the simulation entirely.
Professor Rayleigh?
I was actually wondering what other inspirations from well, I guess other game inspirations you kind of had with this, because you have like a pretty cool idea. I was wondering like what other games you kind of want to use as like a building block for your sort of stuff.
I haven't really looked much at other games for inspiration. This isn't really the type of games that I tend to play. I'd say probably the closest game to this would be Portal or Portal 2, and the underlying story with those games.
Yeah, I like a lot of those stories.
Thank you very much, Michael. Well done. All right, next up we have Morgan Spooner, game design major with Chronicles of the Six Sages.
Oh no, I'm a network security major, but I'm doing game design. Yeah.
Yes, came to the dark side as well.
Yeah.
Why are turn-based JRPGs so abysmal nowadays? Some say it's because they are too anime. I say it's because they are not anime enough. Hi, my name is Morgan Spooner, and my SIP is Chronicles of the Six Sages, a JRPG made in Unreal Engine 5. What makes anime stand out?
Just trying to type to Derek, but yeah. All right, cool.
All right.
I was about to say that's not this it's supposed to be going through, but just start from it's weird that it's glitching out right now.
So Derek, if you can start it from the beginning, Morgan would like to pitch it verbally.
Maybe do sound off or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, just play and mute the
So
game.
you just want the video with no audio?
Yeah.
Okay.
Apart from its Western counterpart. I like to think it is the...
All right, can you restart it?
Yeah.
All right. Why do turn-based JRPGs, why are they so terrible nowadays? Some say it's because they're too anime. I say it's because they are not anime enough. Hi, my name is Morgan Spooner, and my SIP project is Chronicles of the Six Sages. It's a JRPG made in Unreal Engine 5. So what makes anime stand out apart from its Western counterparts? I say it's the tactical side of combat. This is split into two separate categories. The first is the main character, whenever they're going up against an adversary, has to use all of the tools in their toolkit. The second way that it's tactical is that they are trying to figure out the enemy's attack patterns in order to overcome them. This makes the battles tactical, and for a tactical genre, I feel that they aren't tactical enough in terms of JRPGs. Sorry, it's for some reason it's lagging for a little bit.
Just read the text on the screen.
Yeah. But I have JoJo's Full Metal Alchemist and a new anime called High Card that's really interesting. I have no idea why the next part isn't playing. It should be my actual game, and those are not my game. I don't want to take credit for that.
I thought it was Yu-Gi-Oh! At the bottom.
Yeah, no, it's High Card. It's a anime that like they have a magical playing deck that each card is a different power. But it was working on Canvas. Like,
Yeah, it is playing. You guys can't see. Like I see the time.
Only those who are worthy can see it.
Any questions?
Yeah. Maybe play it on the Teams because it was playing on Teams earlier.
What's it?
Maybe there's like
It is moving, but I just don't know if
No,
like.
it could be frozen.
Yeah, the timestamp is.
There we go.
Oh, that's way too far.
But that is the game.
Yeah, that's the gameplay. So, that's the battle scene. What is it? So this is the stance system. So this is the second part of the combat system where you're trying to figure out the enemy's attack pattern. Ignore Solomon. He didn't want to cooperate today, as well as the whole video. But so you're trying to figure out what the enemy's combos are in order to give what I like to call counter stance. So every type of attack, whether it be a physical attack, magical attack, or even it's supposed to be a punch. Whatever the enemy does, you have to do a stance that counters it. So for physical attacks, when you parry it. You then, when it interacts, you would do the actual parry. As you can see with the UI element, it absorbs it. And this is how it works. So the AI basically says, what combo do I want to do? Do I want to do A, B, C, or D? And it's randomized. And so once it sends out the different color balls, it will, the player can react and go, oh, I need to dodge this one. Oh, I need to parry this one. And when the attack actually gets to the player, it basically will go, okay, what type of attack just hit you and what stance were you doing? So physical attack will go, hey, you were trying to do a parry, you parried it. And if you're doing a magical attack and you get hit by it, well, then you absorb it. And this is one of the major systems. The other one I want to go into a little bit before, but it is called the rank system. So if you saw the F on the side of it, that is rank. So that's similar to Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, or more importantly, Clear Obscure Expedition 33. So how that system works is you have three ways to earn rank. This is the major way to earn rank. If you get hit with an attack, it resets it. But if you continue parrying, absorbing, yada yada, you'll gain more rank that way. But the first two ways are through bonus abilities. So this means if, let's say, you light an enemy on fire and another character hits the enemy with a ability that does more damage with a burning enemy, you'll gain rank that way. Or if you just do something generic like buffing magical attacks and you do a magical attack, you'll gain rank that way. And the other way is through using a wide variety of abilities. So if you spam the same ability over and over again, which 90% of JRPGs incentivize willingly or unwillingly, you'll gain less and less rank and you'll eventually gain no rank at all. So if you're using a wide variety of abilities, you're benefited by gaining more rank. And so the games that this is inspired by are Clear Obscure Expedition 33 and Paper Mario. So in those games, the way that my game stands out is in those games, you're relying on a reaction. So in Clear Obscure, if the enemy does an attack that requires you to jump, you're going to be given the prompt, hey, you need to jump, and you're more worried about reaction. In my game, it doesn't give you the prompt at all, but instead you are trying to actually figure out the enemy. So if you do a parry, it doesn't matter if you did it in a minute or a millisecond ahead of time, you're going to do the parry. So that's how it's different from other games like Clear Obscure and the Mario RPGs. All right, now I want to open up to questions.
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate again, this is not a game design student doing a game design. I love it when you came over. The fact that he's a network security student is even more impressive because they're always telling us that they're trying to steal our guys, and we're like, no, we're bringing you over. So again, I am impressed with the overall, design concepts and understandings that you have. And obviously, as you were coming up with these ideas, you didn't take like the game classes, right? You didn't take the classes on Unreal and do whatever. So how did you learn how to do all these things on the side in order to accomplish this goal? Because a lot of these other students are taking stuff they learn in class. You're having to do this stuff in the background. So how did you learn this?
YouTube. So Game Maker's Toolkit.
Simple.
Yeah, Game Maker's Toolkit.
That's awesome.
There's Taken Graces, who I like a lot. He's specifically Unreal Engine. But if I can do it, if my dumbass can do it, anybody can do it. So,
I wouldn't say that. I would say that.
I'm saying that it's not as difficult as people make it out to be. Literally just start with a project and just go, hey, I want to make the guy do a parry, and then figure out, okay, what button I need to figure out a button press and break it down. So parry for my game is you need a button press to do it. So that's making an input, but then you need to be able to trigger it. So you need an attack, but you can also just do it where you are just testing it. So for me, whenever I implement anything, I have a test screen that basically is like, okay, if I press F, which is the parry button, and then I trigger an enemy's attack, will it actually work? And print screen is your best friend. Like that's your biggest friend, but that's how I figured things out.
No, good job. I'm impressed again, because like I said, we had a lot of the artists say, hey, I'm not programmers, I do it. Well, you're not any of that. But you're not design whatever, but you come in and you do this. So again, I appreciate the extra effort. And again, that's one of the things I tell a lot of students. It's not what you know. It's confidence to figure out things you don't know that makes you a professional. You did that, and this is a perfect example. So, awesome work.
Professor H?
I just want to follow up on something that you described earlier about your process. And just again, like outlining what it is that you're trying to accomplish in your game project, and then going through the process of figuring out, doing that problem solving ahead of time. Like, how do I actually implement this? Then implementing it, then testing it. That is the software development lifecycle. That's the process that game programmers adopt when, again, taking those design requirements and actually implementing them into game mechanics. And so that's great that you've taken that as a lesson and applied it in your SIP project. And it's just something that anyone that's in software engineering or game programming should be adopting anyway. So it's great to see this as a clear example of that. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Morgan. All right, next up we have Ivan Sanchez, game programming and ACS major, pitched to game design with multiverse time travel game.
This is Abe, a time traveler. All he needs to do right now is take this coin and put it on the yellow circle. We can see that took a total of 6 turns, but let's say you wanted to do this in only 2 turns. Well, this is what that looks like. Now, you might be wondering where this second Abe even came from. As you might assume, he came from the future. 6 turns in the future. Let me show you what the game actually looks like. I am Ivan, and this is my turn-based time travel game based off of 5D chess with multiverse time travel. A game where your previous turns become physical locations to travel to and create alternate timelines. On this first timeline, it's recounting the exact movements that we did in the first example. That is, until the very last turn, where Abe disappears from existence. This arrow shows where he went. That is how he was able to end up here with the coin in hand and win the level in only 2 turns. That's also why he looks much older than he should be. But time traveling does have rules. The past cannot change. When the past is changed, instead of continuing on the original timeline, a new timeline is created. Movement through time also means that we can move into other timelines. This game is being made in Unity and is for players who like puzzle games and strategic gameplay, as well as for players who want to experience the fantasy of time traveling and its consequences. A lot of time travel games have limitations to time travel, only have you time travel when in a certain area or only in specific periods in the game. But in this time travel system, you can time travel whenever you want, to whenever you want, and the game reacts accordingly. The only other game with mechanics like this is 5D chess. But 5D chess is overcomplicated and has a lot of problems that have to do with its adherence to chess rules. Now let me show you what the game can end up looking like. This is the story of Abe the Time Traveler. His goal is the same as before. Bring the coin to the yellow circle. But this will take a lot more than before. To deal with these enemies, he'll need more than just one timeline. So at the end of day 4, he leaves the first timeline and creates the first branch. As he spawns on the top square, his past self hops on top of an enemy and sends him to a different timeline. We won't have to worry about him. Our Abe then disappears from existence and hops back to the original timeline. He hops back and forth a few times before being able to send himself back in time to the first turn again, creating another alternate timeline. Now in this timeline, Abe actually ends up in a checkmate scenario where there is no move to actually save both of them. But we don't have to worry about that because an Abe from a different timeline has hopped to the turn before and let us find a way out of the checkmate scenario. Our Abe can now hop from here to timeline 2 on this square. Because this timeline already has a future, this needs to create a new timeline. From timeline 6, he is able to hop to timeline 3 on this square. The Abe who was already on this timeline leaves. I don't actually remember where he went. After positioning himself correctly, he leaves into timeline 2. From here, he hops all the way back to this turn on the second timeline to create timeline 8. With the shield, he is able to defeat the enemies and grab the coin and step on the yellow circle and win the level. This entire thing was all dynamic through the mechanics of the game. These are just the consequences to how time travel works with this system. My favorite thing to point out is that every one of these Abes are this one. Thanks for watching.
Professor Mark.
So, yeah, anyway, so amazing. I always say this, there's always this one student every once in a while that kind of shows up and they're so talented and they're so smart that I don't even understand what's happening half the time, what they're doing. And it's like, I've had to say this with Ivan before. He'll create this stuff that I'm like, it's so complex and so amazing. I'm like, bro, I can barely understand. I was just like, and that's why it's so impressive. Because I think a lot of you guys are kind of getting the gravity. Starts simple, right? He kind of builds up to this thing. So just want you guys to kind of just understand. He's always making prototypes. He's always making good stuff. I mean, this is an amazing student. I just want to point that out. Now, again, great idea. But again, I'm always interested personally, like where you guys have originally come up with these ideas. Because I'll admit, like when I work with you guys, I don't usually ask those. So that's maybe why I'm repeating myself a lot. But where did you come up with the idea? How did you get to this point where you wanted a game like this, right? That has the complexity of time travel and moving around and on a board and whatever. Like, how did you get to that point?
So the mechanic is based off 5D chess. It has like the same kind of mechanics, but when I found like a lot of problems with 5D chess. It's like overcomplicated just from saying the name. And I felt like the time travel wasn't very well, like as much as it could have been. Like the mechanic felt like you could put it in anywhere and it would be like really interesting. That actually happened, but someone who made diplomacy 5D, and that actually fixed a lot of problems with like one thing. So I kind of inspired me like, what if I take just the time travel and make it like a full game, simplify as much as I can, just to make it so the time travel is the thing you pay attention to. That's what the interesting part was. But it felt like couldn't do that because of how complicated everything else was.
Yeah. Again, I love it. I love everything you've been making. So that's awesome stuff.
Professor Raymond?
I actually I like the idea. I actually played 5D chess and it was about as so in your idea, I do like it too, like the puzzle aspect. You're kind of simplifying it, but it still ends up, so a lot of it still kind of seems somewhat complicated, but I think it still works in terms of like how the puzzles can go. I feel like it does have a lot of like I think just I don't know, I don't want to say like it needs a little more like what is it, just simplification, I would say. But I think it has some potential on just kind of like how you can make these puzzles. But the difference is the whole point of 5D chess is it's supposed to be super complicated. Like, it's not supposed to make sense until someone like gets checkmated like 5 different timelines. Terrible. It's how it is in 5D chess. But I like how you're making it a lot like at least making it a little simpler in terms of just like 6 squares you move on, and not too much in like how you can do 5D chess with like 30 different. But I like the for the simplification of just kind of how it goes, even though it is still time travel. I like how you're just bringing it a little bit more into like rain. So, even if you're not that crazy into like 5D chess and stuff, you still play this and kind of get the idea of how that stuff kind of goes.
How close to being done is this, like, where you can ship it?
It's like at most maybe 20%.
I'd say just keep doing it, man. This is something I could see going on Steam because you're making all the content. It's got all that stuff in there. It looks very, very polished even to this point.
They were really robust tutorial.
Yeah.
The simplicity is just to make it so the time travel is the main part. The problem I had with 5D chess was that you can ignore the time travel a lot of the time, because most of the time the time travel is just you put a queen in a different spot and then it's like checkmate. Like, why? And then it's 5 timelines before you have checkmate. It's like it doesn't feel like you actually like use the time travel as much as you could. And
Dr. Prater?
So this, once again, I'm not a game guy, but this kind of reminds me of using Git with a CLI, as far as the complexity goes. The one thing that's missing is when you're drawing the connections on your game board, instead of you using, I think it was like a pale yellow or something like that, instead you should use like red yarn. Like the guy who does the connections on his board, and he's showing the red yarn connections. You should do that instead of the yellow, so you can do the connection.
Yeah, like an investigator. Nikolai?
I just wanted to say that like this honestly feels like it was like almost like tailor made for me, because like I also really like puzzle games, and I've also played 5D chess, and I was actually able to wrap my head around the multiverse time travel part pretty easily, but I suck at chess.
All right,
yeah.
Thank you.
My vote.
Thank you. We have time for one more. Go ahead.
Like it's stuck in a paradox. Well, the way that it fixes that is that it creates a timeline. Like normally, if you go back in time, you create a paradox because did you exist in that moment in the past? But this time, it's to create a new past. Like that's what happens. So instead of you going back in time to the same timeline, you create a new one, and then now all timelines so that there is no paradoxes because they all happen separately.
It all starts with right?
Yeah, it all starts.
Okay, thank you.
Well, certainly a mind-bending concept with time as the construct, but I appreciate the fact that you said you can't change the past. It can just create a new version of that past. Yeah, very interesting. Thank you so much, Ivan. All right, next up we have Jonathan Albarega, game programming major from online with his textured asymmetric buffer texturing project.
Picture this. You and your best friend are playing a horror game. You're navigating a pitch black corridor, heart pounding, waiting for something to jump out of the shadows. But instead of feeling terrified, your friend is casually eating chips, looking at their phone, and tell you exactly where to go. They're backseat gaming. All the tension is gone. The horror is broken. In modern gaming, there's no real cooperative horror. It often just stops at just one player. Now you can have someone watching behind you, but it's not quite as fun. They're just along for the ride. Well, I want to change that. My name is Jonathan Alvarenga, and to solve this problem, I created Polar Perspective. This is an asymmetric two-player horror game mechanic, and it all revolves around a single innovative rule. You and your partner share the exact same resource. And every time you help each other out, you put the other enemy in danger. In non-technical terms, it is a digital game of trust where one player is blind in the dark and the other is a tactical supervisor watching through an alternate perspective. To make this work, I had to build a unique system using what's called texture buffered asymmetric rendering. Instead of just splitting a monitor straight down the middle like a split screen like all other games do, I use the game engine to create two separate visual dimensions at the exact same time. For player 1, the world is a traditional survivor horror. The global lights are turned completely off. It is dark, and they can only see from what their flashlight shows them. If their flashlight dies, they're completely blind. But for player 2, they can see everything. Their screen is not quite as dark, and they can see objects that player 1 can't. They can see layout of the room, they can see hidden hazards, and they have the power to manipulate the environment to show player 1 these objects. What makes this project truly innovative is our shared battery siphon mechanic. Most cooperative games give players their own separate inventories or health bars. In this game mechanic, both players draw from one global reserve. When the observer looks at their monitor and holds down their interact button, they will reveal the object or path or hidden area to player 1. But at the same time, they siphon energy directly out of the flashlight of player 1. As an observer uses their power, player 1's screen begins to aggressively flicker, dim, and twitch. If the observer gets too greedy or panics and holds the button too long, the battery is fully depletes, and player 1 is instantly plunged into total darkness. This creates a intense psychological puzzle. Players must verbally negotiate with each other in real time. For example, turn your flashlight off for 5 seconds so I can show you the path. Or stop revealing tiles. I can't see anything. This creates a fun dynamic between both players and creates a tug of war type of gameplay. Horror isn't just about monsters jumping out of closets. True horror comes from vulnerability and a lack of control. By decoupling what each player can see and forcing them to physically fight over a single resource, this game takes away your control and places it entirely in the hands of your partner. We live in a world where multiplayer games often feel like two people playing alone together. This project changes that. It forces you to communicate, it forces you to sacrifice, and it forces you to look your teammate in the eye. So the next time you sit down on the couch to play a game with your best friend, ask yourself one question. When the lights go out, how much do you trust the person you're playing with? Thank you.
All right, let's see if Jonathan's joining us via Zoom. Jonathan, are you there? All right, comments for Jonathan. Professor Raylan.
Thanks for making another game I can play to piss off my friends. I like the idea for this. The resource management is kind of cool. I like. I know there's a couple other games that might be. This sure they do a lot of people with working together and stuff. I like this one because A, the horror is pretty cool, and then B, not a lot of resources go into thought when it comes to a lot of those games, and they don't really let you manage together. Besides everyone having their own separate inventories. But this is kind of cool. I like how it mashes both of these together. It makes its own sort of idea with kind of how it's going to treat working together.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that.
Professor H.
Yeah, I think that the project itself, the implementation of this mechanic, I think it's definitely an interesting implementation, or like the mechanic itself is innovative. And so the implementation of that kind of satisfies that innovative component. So good on that. I will say, just as far as like the presentation, I think that there are some ways that are express the overall project, especially in terms of discussing prior on it. I think that there should be a little bit of pushback about cooperative horror. There are some examples, Repo, Lethal Company, or so games like that exist. But again, I think in terms of being able to properly differentiate that in the presentation, just considering communicate that. But overall,
Professor Markwick.
I don't trust anybody in the dark. That's no. So no, as far as your idea, I do like the idea of if games empowerment is a huge aspect of how the player feels like they're in control. So horror games are going to have less empowerment. And if the thing that does the good thing is also the thing that does the bad thing, that does become a little bit more scary. So I do like that you are making the important resources also the thing that adds to the problems you might have. I would ask if you were here or some of your other ideas to put in there, because it does feel like, and this is how it's always going to be. I say this with art, it's the same for design. It's never finished, it's only abandoned. At some point you say, okay, I got to turn it in. I got to be done. Class is finished. So it feels like there's some more on the table that could be there. And I would ask you, like, what were those other things that you were planning on doing? Because it feels like a good start to something that would definitely work out in the vision of what you're trying to go for.
Mm-hmm. All right, any other comments? All right, thank you very much, Jonathan. All right, we only have 2 more projects before the end of our SIP showcase. Next up, we have Aiden Chagrin, game programming major with musical aberration.
Do you hear that? That's right. It's nothing. Complete silence. And, as you know, within majority of games, this is usually filled in by the sound of music in the background. And this legitimately can mean anything, whether you may be climbing a mountain, or perhaps running away from a giant pizza face. The music is always there to the background to immerse the player, though it really goes to show that the music is almost always tailored to the story. Whether a certain event happens or a player takes an action, a music or sound cue will play. This begs the question, what if the script was flipped, and instead of the music following the world now follows the music that is within the power of the player's hands? Welcome to Musical Aberration, a game programming SIP made by yours truly, Aiden, to display what music can do more than just following the world, that there is creativity of expression the other way around within the player's hands. Within this world and environment, there are sounds that the player will be able to go around and collect, indicated by these purple squares for the time being. Once collected, the player is able to go into their menu, this being the creation as well as their inventory menus, seeing the music that they can create from the sound effects that they've collected. Selecting here, assigned to a sheet, and it's now appearing on that bar respectively, this being in a 4 corners format for the sounds to be placed. As when the sound clip was placed here, the system now, with any sound clips that are placed, analyzes it for the overall loudness of the sound clip, represented here by the current volume. If I am to place the tree rustles now, and go back to the menu, the volume has increased. And based on the sound clips that may be placed, and the setting that the sound clips are from, it creates a three-way subset of that. Since here we have a normal forest now, rather than a snowy wonderland. And the three influences that this tree can branch from is either of a forest, snow, or cave background. Now with the music pieces in play, or sound clips in the situation, we can now play the music, and for example, grab this on the way, this house over here, because the music's playing, it now changes the environment to what is applied. Stopping it, changing it to a snowy wonderland now, can change yet again. This reflects just one of many things that can be applied within this type of scenario and or mechanic. Since models are just one thing within the game environment, right? This idea can also expand into other gameplay elements such as NPCs and the actual environment for things such as puzzles. For affected NPCs, like the models, they can have a completely visual change and completely change their mood and dialogue that can be represented from this apparent change of the music. As for the puzzles, this could be thought as what type of music can be affecting the world and what can help the player progress. Let's say a forest-influenced bridge is currently full of vines that are upholding the bridge. What if it is changed to snow? The player can now dig the snow out and just make the bridge fall. And have a satisfying sploosh sound, because water is satisfying, you know. And that's just one thing that could be of many. Whether it be a hurdle, puzzle, or a chain reaction that this influence causes, there is much variety that can be displayed. Creativity is the virtue of this creation in the end, after all. Here, it is believed that music should grant more than just the immersion that follows any given story. It should also be granted the power to affect not just the player but the world at its core. From aesthetic to mood, the player shouldn't be the only one to experience and feel these shifts, but cause them as well. And with that, a great mention to these amazing individuals who made this project come to life in all its fruition, especially getting me out of that state of overthinking and overscoping this project in the end. And as always, never forget, music can always be so much more to the visions we wish to believe. Thank you for watching.
Well done, Aiden. Okay, Professor Marquardt.
Your character's blink rate sucks. Never blinking the whole time. So anyway, no, just kidding. No, again, good as always. Yeah, I just want to give you guys some more context. What he did with this video, this is how he submits every homework assignment. Every homework assignment, he's got his little character, he has a whole narrative, goes, it's like so fun to watch his homework assignments because this is literally what he does, and it's like super entertaining. So I do appreciate that. Again, good as always. How much about, at least in this case, did you have to learn about music in order to create this particular idea?
When it comes to music itself, I know basically the bare minimums and for the project itself focused on one component of it, being the loudness, since within scope, reasonability. And it has actually been something I've tinkered with for quite a few years, even though I still suck at music theory.
Are you wanting to go further with this, add more things? And if so, what are those more things that you would add?
More things I would add would be different themes that the music could be influenced to, since the more I've reflected on the past few hours, this could be made more into a sandbox exploration rather than a story-based, because it would have way too many endings.
Good point.
Morgan?
Have you played the Seasons Zelda game? Because that's what it reminds me of a lot.
I have not played Zelda games since Breath of the Wild.
Okay. It was on like the Game Boy Color. I'd recommend it. It can give you good ideas.
I lost it.
You're not that old.
I'm getting there. Whatever. It was a good project.
All righty, thank you very much, Aiden. Well done. All right, for our very last presentation, that does wrap up the game art, game design, game programming, and virtual reality. Now we're moving on to digital marketing, advertising art, digital video, business technology with our double major, Kennedy Cameron with digital marketing, digital video with AI Navigator.
Hello, are you the artist I'm set to meet, Ms. Kennedy Cameron?
Yes.
Perfect.
Nice to meet you.
Before we get started, I do have a couple questions for you. So here at Evermore and Rose Funeral Home, we keep a very unique and personal touch in our community. We do try our hardest to stay far away from AI in this project as possible. And after taking a good look at your website and looking at your services, I would like to know, how can we ensure and verify that your process is completely AI free?
Oh, okay. So if you're worried about the AI and you're a little concerned, it's okay to be 100% skeptical. It's very common in this time. So what we can do is, if you have somebody who has access to Adobe products on your side, I can send you the file so you can review the layers within the file. And if you do not, what we can do is I could make sure I could put aside some time in the project to make sure we could set up a meet, and I could screen share my side. Okay? Oh yeah, let me tell you all about the website. AI Navigator is a web platform that allows clients to choose how artificial intelligence is used in their marketing and graphic design projects through 3 transparent creative workflows, which I have labeled Vegan AI, AI Artist, and our Navigator itself. The point of my website is to connect individuals and small businesses with marketing and graphics design services while allowing them to choose how AI is used throughout the creative process. Instead of forcing clients into fully AI generated, fully human work, the platform offers a transparent service. As AI becomes more common, many clients don't know how much AI is used in their work. At the same time, many designs struggle to communicate the creative process. This platform solves both problems by giving customers a clear choice over the level of AI involvement, while helping freelancers and market their own service transparently. It also gives an educational resource to help others discover AI tools that will help with their own workflow and to see if it's a good vibe with them. People care because creativity is personal. Some clients want work that is entirely human-made, while others prioritize speed and affordability through AI. Most existing freelance websites don't let clients choose between these workflows. My platform gives customers transparency, control, and confidence in the creative process. For freelancers and small businesses, it creates a way to reach the right clients instead of competing in one-size-fits-all marketplace. My platform isn't trying to replace designers with AI or reject AI altogether. Instead, it's in the middle. It gives people the choice. Whether someone values traditional craftsmanship or collaborative creativity, AI-powered efficiency, they can find this workflow here that matches their goals, budget, and values. What makes this platform different and why it matters. As you can see on our website, you can scroll through and it's very easy and on the notes. Scribes are definitions, and it has immediate showcase of some of our work. Portfolio page, you can see our Vegan AI platform, and below it is our AI platform, both separately so people know what they're looking at. In the Vegan AI platform, there is 2 categories. One of miscellaneous projects our workers have done that had permission from the clients to share, and then the other of more of business startups and more in-depth, detailed work that we once again got permission from the clients to share. Once again, many agencies Many agencies either refuse to use AI entirely or use AI without giving clients a choice. My platform is different because it allows customers to choose the level of AI involvement that matches their own goals, values, budgets, and timeline. That transparency can appeal to clients who want full human creativity, AI-assisted efficiency, or AI on their own.
Okay, thank you very much. And with heavy consideration, we are planning to move forward.
Well done, Kennedy. Something that I wanted to ask you and also point out is typically designers don't have to disclose to their clients what tools that they use, whether they use Adobe Cloud or whatever other software applications. But because AI is so revolutionary and the component that's the issue is intellectual property. And typically when a graphic designer is hired, they give over the assets to the client so that way they can actually file trademarks, trade names, intellectual property, patents, whatever that may be. So I appreciate that you are being so transparent in the way that you're organizing your services to be either AI influenced, co-created, co-facilitated, and then the vegan AI where there is no AI utilization. A question for you is because so many applications like Adobe Photoshop and others are being underpinned by AI, how will you navigate how software continues to update with the utilization of AI? Will you just forego the newest updates and use older versions of them? And if so, how? How are you addressing those issues?
Well, the Adobe that I currently use is, I kind of favorited this one. It's from 2023, and that's when AI is just starting to be, that I noticed AI was starting to be introduced to Adobe products like Photoshop or Illustrator. So when I use it, I just, if someone says no AI at all, I will make sure not to use those little shortcuts that Adobe has created within their products. And then I can show that within the layers for them if they need more proof.
Okay. All right. Professor Markley.
Kenny, it's been a little while since Art Asset a Week class. I had you in that class. That was awesome. But anyways, I do like what you're doing here because as a teacher, and this is what we have to deal with all the time, is we have to balance the idea of AI being in things and AI not being in things, right? When is it wrong to use it? When is it right to use it? And I do feel like that nuance of not going all in with everything and not ignoring it completely, that nuance is important. I think this is a great idea. Now, you had mentioned at one point in the video something about client work. Now, I don't know if you meant in the future or if you actually do have client stuff. Is this thing actually working yet? Do you have this laid out?
I've had a couple clients when I was making it. So sorry. One of the clients I had, her name is Miranda. She's a local teacher in Maricopa, and she wanted some custom posters made. And the only reason she found out I was making a website is because she knows my mother, but that's not important.
Well, you know it's important.
So I ended up making a bunch of like painting posters for her, and I got permission for her to actually use some of that work in her portfolio for this.
Good. Like I said, push that forward, like actually push this forward because I feel like there's a need for that where people are looking for that, where it's not all or nothing, right? It's that middle ground. I think that's a good place to be right now.
Dr. Smith?
Yeah, I was curious for the iteration of what you showcased. You made it sound like it was like a platform to go between. So essentially, like, are you looking at this is just you are the talent, you're essentially the curator of the organization, or are you looking to maybe make this a platform where other creators can, I guess, like subcontract through you, so to speak, to this showcase what they can or will and won't do with AI, so that way their clientele can get a little bit more of a customization as well?
So yeah, I do, if I do go forward with more further with this website, I do want it to make it so people could apply to become like a contractor under the AI Navigator, and therefore they can like also showcase their work and sell their work, etc. And I want it so like they still have to follow like our basic rules, but it's a way for them to get their free like a boost to their freelancing on their own, like a little side gig.
Professor Bellinger?
Well, I was going to go to basically the same place as Dr. Smith, but I can't. I think it's really clever because it's the market's not really formed. So what are your experiences out there with like competition? Are other people out there helping curate? And it seems like part of your service is also helping them navigate aesthetics, which clients often know nothing about. So, go ahead.
So, on my website, okay, I'm trying to debunk that question. Can you go again? Sorry.
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is, first of all, I just like I think it's a really clever idea and you're ahead of the market a little bit. But I'm kind of curious about just sort of the interaction with clients who don't really know a lot about aesthetics. Is that a big part of your service, is helping them navigate that and basically helping them with their taste?
So one of the things that I make sure is really present on my site is that when you are applying for a meeting, the meeting in general, meeting an artist, that whole process is free. So that's where we could communicate to see what you want and where we're going to go. And even if you still want to continue with the real life being an AI artist or halfway between and all that. So with this process is so if they decide like, hey, I could probably do this myself, or hey, actually I prefer somebody to help me with this. This is like the good middle ground. And if they decide to move forward, that's when we talk about price tag.
Okay.
Yeah, Professor H.
My comment was more so just on the presentation of the video. I think that the video itself very well done, very nicely edited, and good in presenting that idea. I'm more so just it came to mind because I'm like sometimes my public affairs hat comes on and I just like can't get it out of my mind. But just noticing just like minor issues in terms of just like getting certain parts of the script read off in a controlled environment where you do have that opportunity to make those edits. Like you don't have to recite everything in a single take. You can take that time to just make those adjustments or get retakes or not reading the whole thing. Just making sure that the message is communicated clearly so that it doesn't get hampered by those minor bumps. But that's just more of like a thing that I noticed. But again, I don't have any additional comments to add on the project itself. I think it's interesting. Do service.
Thank you. Is there a comment there?
Oh, I was going to ask, what were you going to be doing if like older versions of products like Adobe Photoshop get discontinued?
Well, I do find it a way. So I personally, I also use Canva, and I also know Canva does have AI products within it. But I also find it that you don't have to use the AI products within a product.
Okay. Okay. Any other comment? All right. Thank you very much, Kennedy.
All right, everyone, that concludes the Summer 2026 Student Innovation Project Showcase. Thank you so much for being here, for all the students presenting today. I appreciate all of your efforts. I'd like to remind everyone that this Friday, August 21st, we'll celebrate our student award ceremony here in the theater, live and also virtually via Teams at 10 a.m. That's when we will announce the SIP winners, best SIP pitch, most market ready, most creative, and people's choice. So you are able to scan the QR code so that way you can vote for people's choice. Now that you've seen all of the presentations, you're able to cast your vote for your favorite. The SIP committee will convene and decide who the winners are, and it'll be announced this Friday. So please join us if you're able to. And also, I'd like to thank the SMEs, the Gen Ed professors, everyone for your commitment and support of every student presentation. It's greatly appreciated. And a big, big thank you to Professor Derek Clark, who was administering the entire event virtually.
Now AC, by the way. Yes, AC broke.
That is correct. They're fixing my AC right now. It's a little bit warm in here. As always, want to thank everybody for what they've done, and I want to have everybody give a big round of applause for Dapsuri for running this whole deal. Also, I want to challenge everybody in the building for the rest of the week to go up and ask Dapsuri if she's caught up on her sleep yet.
You too, by the way.
All right, thank you so much, Derek. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and we'll see you later.
All
Right, you guys.
Don't get old, Chase.
I'm already old.
Compared to what?
Well,
That means we're thoughtful.
Exactly.
My back hurts.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just practicing. I was just doing physical labor. Speaking of AC.
That's exactly what I was planning on. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
It's 5 minutes.
Thank you.